Can I ask the House to lead us with the national anthem, please? Thank you. You may be seated. Greetings to the Honorable Premier, to the Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Chairpersons of Portfolio Committees, the Deputy Chairpersons of Committees, Members of Legislature, Parliamentary Officer from COSATU, Comrade Matthew Parks, leaders and members of various federations, representatives from NEDLEC, CCMA, and all stakeholders present here today. My name is Noluthando Masango. I've been assigned the role of Program Director for the Workers' Parliament in the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. I'm honored to accept the role. I understand the significance of this platform where workers can voice their concerns, share ideas, and contribute to shaping policies that directly affect their lives and livelihoods. I'm committed to ensuring that the program runs smoothly, inclusively, and effectively. I will try my utmost best to create an environment where all participants feel heard and empowered to engage in meaningful discussions. I would humbly ask that all phones, mobile phones, be set to silent mode during the session so as to maintain a respectful and focused environment. As I will be inviting speakers, it is important that we maintain a quiet and attentive atmosphere. And I thank you for entrusting me with this important responsibility, and I look forward to working with everyone to make this event a success with tangible outcomes. Without much ado, can I invite the Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honorable Nozibele Nyalambisa to do the official opening and to outline the purpose of today's meeting. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Speaker of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, Honorable Souls August, Premier of the Eastern Cape, Honorable Mabuyane, Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Makashela, leaders of political parties, members of the executive, members of the legislature, presiding officers of the legislature, representatives of Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 institutions, executive mayors, speakers, and chief whips, members of the public joining us through our live streaming platforms, representatives of workers across unions and federations in the province of the Eastern Cape, distinguished guests, manenenani manenekazi molweni. Honorable Chairperson, my job here today is an easy one, which is to welcome all the participants in today's special sitting and also to answer the question, why are we here today? I think I will start with the latter, but before I do, it is important to note that this august sitting of today intersects with the legislature's celebration of Heritage Day. Happy Heritage Month. Why are we here today? The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa enjoins us to principles of participatory democracy. Section 118, subsection 1A of the Constitution mandates the legislature to facilitate public involvement in legislative and other processes of the legislature and its committees. Section 116 of the Constitution gives authority to the legislature to determine its rules and orders concerning its business. As a result, Rule 1.8 of the Standing Rules of the Legislature provides that at least 2 sectoral parliaments must be held in a financial year as determined by the Rules Committee. Sectoral parliaments are one of our implements that the legislature uses to practicalize the important constitutional obligation of facilitating public involvement. Our objective for this platform of parliament is to provide a platform for the workers to interact with public representatives and resolve on matters affecting them. The special sitting of today is organized under the theme protecting workers whilst ensuring sustainable livelihoods. In order to achieve this objective, workers are afforded a platform to discuss issues and develop their own plan of action to advance and protect all workers. In preparation for this sitting, workers were provided with the information they need to participate in a meaningful way. The executive organ of state will then be provided with an opportunity to respond to resolution of the previous Workers' Parliament and to unpack plans and priorities of government that seek to advance workers' rights. Honorable Premier, we last held our Workers' Parliament in May 2018. This is partly because during the 6th administration of the legislature, our public participation program suffered a serious setback as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. For almost 2 years, we were unable to conduct any public participation programs. Workers are the backbone of our economy, and government has a responsibility to create a conducive environment for the economy to grow for the benefit of all citizens. As workers contend with complex issues on the following thematic areas of focus for the day: labor absorption and labor participation by the youth of the Eastern Cape, striking a balance between digitization, artificial intelligence, robotic and job security, future industries and skills gap, beyond COVID-19 and atypical employment, and economic sustainability of the province amid the scourge of criminal syndicates. Honorable Chairperson, it is important to remember that as much as we have a comprehensive laws that govern labor relations in the workplace, that lived realities may be different, experience altogether. Workers have an onerous responsibility from the factory floors to Lillian Dendrick's house. As such, the stature of this sitting needs not to be overemphasized. Honorable Chairperson, ndingawenzanga made, kuba made ngawetyala. Let me step down, and on behalf of the legislature, I welcome all of you, particularly our distinguished guests, the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration, that is CCMA, the Department of Public Service and Administration, DPSA, National Economic Development and Labor Council, NEDLAC, the Department of Employment and Labor, and last but not least, let me extend a warm welcome to Osingaye abasebenzi. I wish you fruitful deliberations that will lead to a minimum program of action that will unshackle the workers of the province and deliver an ever-improved quality of life for the people of the Eastern Cape. Khululani bhaji, ntoza kuthi. Namkelekile kule ndlu yoqingqowiso mthetho yaseMpuma Kapa. Matholanywa ngande kudlelana. Maze nethole, enkosi ndiyabulela sihla.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of Committees, for outlining the purpose for the House. Can I invite Comrade Mkhawuleli Maleki to do the introduction of the guest speaker? The floor is yours.
Morning, Program Director. The protocols established before me are observed. Hey, class, you have put this up. Yeah. Let me appreciate the opportunity afforded to me in this assembly of the workers to introduce a comrade that I've worked with for quite some time. Comrade Matthew heads the parliamentary office, which coordinates the work of the Federation in its engagement with Parliament as well as government and NEDLAC legislations, including budgets, taxation, critical socio-economic policies. Their focus as a parliamentary office is how do we defend the rights of the workers and improve their working condition as well as those of their families and the working class communities. In addition, building the state, growing economy, and reducing unemployment and poverty. He has been with COSATU Parliamentary Office for the past 14 years, and in the parliamentary and legislative sector for nearly a quarter of a century. 25 years for the benefit of others. Including having been a member of NEHAW, proudly so, whilst working for the Parliament and the Western Cape Provincial Legislature previously. He's been involved in the ANC and its various structures over many years, including previously as the ANC's Deputy Regional Secretary in the city of Cape Town. He has degrees, unyamezela bokumzwacha. Akashiyanga igaba entsimini ibhekile yakusasa ingekafiki. Akakhanga athi kungathiwa khangela phaka ngelapha umlilo wabe setsibile. He has degrees in degrees as in plural, in public administration from the universities of Cape Town and Western Cape. Comrade Matthew Parks. Thanks.
Can I humbly ask the workers to rise to acknowledge, in true revolutionary worker spirit, the Speaker, Comrade Matthew Parks, with a revolutionary song, please. Akuna muntu yophatha umhlaba yini socialism umhlaba wonke esandleni sabantu akuna muntu yophatha umhlaba ayesaba
Amandla. I know if I don't, I think Comrade Premier must behave. I mustn't say Viva ANC here. I don't want to get in trouble with my comrades from Fadusa and SAFTU. No, good morning. But I think comrades are safe, isn't it? Yeah, no one is going to get upset if we say comrades. No, good morning, leadership. I think Comrade Mkhawuleli said all protocol observed, but I think the leadership of the legislature, the Premier, I think most importantly the comrades here from, I've seen many unions here, SAMU, IMATU, many other comrades. So I think thanks for giving us space as COSATU, but I know we also as organized labor, to come and just share some thoughts on a very, very broad topic, but a very critical one. I think, comrades, also to say thanks for inviting us. It's a pleasure to be in this province of legends. And if you think of the labor movement, the first Premier of the Eastern Cape was Raymond Mhlaba, who cut his teeth in the laundry workers' unions, 1940s, if memory serves me right. You've had many other comrades like Vuyisile Mini, Luke Smart and Goodlay, John Gamomo, many other comrades. I think today, if I'm right, Comrade Chair, it's the birthday of Winnie Madikizela Mandela, if I'm correct. And I think in about 2 weeks or so, it'll be Oliver Tambo's birthday. So I think it's not an exaggeration when the Eastern Cape boasts correctly so that it's a province of legends. So it also means the Eastern Cape must do better to live up to that mantle as well. Not an easy task, but I think, Comrade Chair, just to maybe take a step back, what is the economic context facing workers? So a very struggling economy. You look at the economic growth rates each quarter, it's depressing. We're lucky to get 1%. You can't even imagine that under President Mbeki's time, we used to get 5%. I think if we had that right now, we would declare a public holiday. Then you have an unemployment rate of 42%, and it's grown for the last 3 quarters. And again, I think under Mbeki's time, Comrade Gura, it was about 22%, something like that. And I think we wish to get back to that journey. The youth unemployment rate is 60% now, so it's very scary. And of course, each year more matriculants enter the workspace, etc., or try to enter the workspace. We've seen many companies, like the mining companies, retrenching large amounts of workers. Governor's done his best since '94, trying to roll out financial relief for 27 million people receiving some sort of social grant, with all the limitations, but that's a huge investment. But we really need to be in a scenario where we reverse the people on social grants ratio to those who are working. It shouldn't be 60 million people working and 27 million on social grants. It should be the opposite. But it's correct in the short and medium term that the state intervenes to avoid society's implosion. We also know many workers are highly indebted. The reports of the National Credit Regulatory Authority are very scary. And that's also partly why we intervene as society to bring about the 2-part pension reform, to try to see how can we begin to ease the burdens on workers. We all know the state has bled billions to corruption, to wasteful expenditure, to tax evasion, mismanaged SOEs in municipalities. We know the story of our SOEs are municipalities. We all know the real constraints of the fiscus as well, and we'll see it on the 30th of October at Parliament with the budget speech. But I think also, Comrade, you would see in the elections results that workers are exhausted, the public is exhausted. So we need to do much better collectively. To take a step back, Chair, the task of a legislature was 3 basic things. But I think at times at national parliament, and I think even legislatures, public reps at times just to go through the motions. Not all of them, but some. So we must pass budgets, but we should make sure these budgets really provide the resources the departments need to fund public services. You can't have one nurse covering for 2 or 3 vacant positions. We shouldn't be talking about retrenching teachers, temporary teachers, when we've seen the learner-teacher ratio rising. We should not be having these long queues at home affairs, etc., etc. We should really be seeing how, without printing money, without incurring debt recklessly, which you can't do, but how to use the resources we do have to support the economy to grow, which is the ultimate solution to our issues, and to reduce poverty and unemployment. We must pass legislation, but we also must make sure the legislation, when we pass it, it really assists workers, it benefits, it empowers workers. And at times we have seen Parliament, more Parliament, because legislature don't pass as much legislation as Parliament does naturally, pass some legislation which one would really question what was going on. But I think there is efforts, and you can see Parliament has been passing many progressive laws. The National Health Insurance, seeking to provide universal health care, rolling out the SOD grant, which is a foundation for a BIG, 2-part pension reforms, the expropriation bill, quite a raft of progressive laws. And of course, we must also be making sure how do we tackle corruption, again, grow the economy. And of course, the last task about holding the executive, like the Premier, accountable, make sure budgets are spent. And you'll be shocked, comrades, in the medium-term budget statement, many municipalities will be reported as not having spent the money, returning billions. There's one municipality in the northwest, Comrade Guru will know this municipality, called Madibeng. It returned R1 billion in infrastructure grants unspent. And why? It's because when President Ramaphosa came into office and he started dealing with the issue of crime and corruption in the state, then you'll find on municipalities, if you don't allow them to steal, they don't know what to do. Then it's scary. If you look at, because we track Communism Samu, we track the municipalities which don't pay the staff on time. And it's increased from about 20 to 36 in the past few years. And it's the same ones who don't spend the money on infrastructure and the same ones who don't deliver public services. So there's a correlation. But of course, we also have an election manifesto, which we helped to draft as COSATU with the Alliance, with the ANC, was make sure that it's spent, public reps are held accountable, etc. I think comments, provincial governments don't deal with everything under the sun. There's limited powers they deal with, there's shared competencies they share national with provincial government, etc. But provincial governments are close to the people, they have a huge oversight role. They've got a huge chunk of the budget they spend. And number one is in terms of finances, to make sure we provide quality public services to uplift working class communities. But not just to spend, but to also support the economy to grow, to reduce poverty. Education is a key part of any provincial government. And if we don't provide quality education to our children, then they're not going to find decent work, they're not going to take care of their own families. And the media spotlight for the past 2 or 3 weeks has been focusing on the Western Cape, which wants to retrench about 2,000 teachers. KZN, there's discussions of about 11,000 teachers. I would not be surprised if Eastern Cape has a similar scenario. And I think there was a press conference yesterday by the Minister of Education giving an outline that it's so many provinces. You won't. Well, not to pick on the, but I think it's a national problem. It's not just 2 provinces misbehaving. I think it's an indication of a national fiscal crisis. But at the same time, the teacher-learner ratio has been deteriorating in the past few years, and yet we somehow expect our teachers to teach better. Comrade Premier, I think if I'm right, when President Mbeki was president, we talked about 2004 ending the bucket toilets at schools. 20 years later, we're still having the same discussion. The new ministers have said they're going to deal with it. Let's hope they deal with it. But all I know is that if we can host a world-class World Cup in South Africa, surely we can deal with a few thousand toilets. It's the most strange thing. We also know SATU teachers will complain about many kids still in some rural areas, I think in Limpopo, if I'm right, parts of the Eastern Cape, with inadequate classrooms, some teaching under trees, etc. We have the issue in Cape Town of safe schools, and I'm sure maybe parts of PE, other places, where teachers and learners fear because of gang violence in the schools. We've saw previously some provinces struggling to provide textbooks on time. We've seen many kids having to walk long distance, especially in rural areas at farm schools, etc. So I think all of that's going to get more pressure. I know the Premier said he will defeat the pressure, but we're in difficult times, comrades. Health, we have the task of providing quality health services, reducing preventable diseases. And people don't understand why have we fought for NHI. It's because we have people who are dying of easily preventable, identifiable, manageable diseases. We can say you have medical aid, it's fine. So Comrade Guru and I can have it because we're fortunate at our workplace. But 84% of South Africans don't have medical aid. They can't afford it. So people are dying of diabetes, cancer, etc. So that it robs a family of a breadwinner, it robs the workplace of productivity, it bleeds the fiscus, etc. But we've also been worried about many departments struggling to fill vacancies from community health workers, paramedics, nurses, doctors, etc. Long queues at our day hospitals. On social grants, look, I think this is a positive success of government. With all the issues, I doubt there's any other African country which gets some sort of social relief. But again, that must be a temporary measure, not a permanent solution. But I do think, Comrade Chair, we do neglect the issue of substance abuse as a country. You remember when we had banned the sale of alcohol over New Year's during COVID, and for the first time, Chris Hani Baragwanath was empty over New Year's. And I think if you look at all our gender-based violence, the crime stats, that as men we get drunk on the weekend and we beat our wives, our girlfriends, we stab each other, etc. And I think we've neglected that thing as a society. The fact we have about 14,000 road fatalities a year and 40% of that is linked to alcohol abuse, it just shows you we're not dealing with some issues. There's the issue of transport, and one issue I know is always a sensitive issue, we get in trouble for raising it, Comrade Premier, about formalizing the taxi industry. This is the backbone of our public transport, but again, you find taxi drivers are abused, commuters' lives are at risk, etc. On public works, again, it's beside the issue of maintaining public works facilities properly, we don't think we've utilized the EPWP programs properly to help young people, unemployed persons, gather the skills, the experience that they need to find permanent jobs. You'll find often that ward councillors abuse the EPWP. It's a source of patronage to employ a few friends, or you just find a recycling. We're not finding a pathway to help these people find permanent jobs. We know safety and security, the province's powers are limited, but we do think there is a way to help coordinate, give more support to the police, to Metro Police, etc., especially on the issues of gender-based violence, of corruption, etc. I know the Premier has been very passionate about economic development, correctly so. You will see him even motivating at Mercedes, etc. More Premiers should do that. So we think we need to have a much more aggressive approach, really to support local economic development. From localization, buying locally produced goods, supporting SMMEs, providing financing, industrial zones, critical infrastructure, attracting investments, etc. On agriculture, we need to do much more in terms of to ensure, well, also water and environment. Do all of us have access to natural resources? Or are we using the resources sustainably? And we're not. If you think that your average pair of blue jeans, it takes about 14,000 liters of water to produce. So that's not sustainable in a water-scarce province like the Eastern Cape. But a crisis Premier can be a good thing. In Cape Town, we had a day zero about 6 years ago. We learned how to cut water consumption by half by just changing our culture. And I know in PE you've had to do the same thing, the other parts of the Karoo, etc. But I think also we need to do more by giving support to emerging farmers, especially to farm workers, to labour tenants, that eventually they must own their own land, grow their own food, become independent, not be simply selling the labour, etc. And of course, more can be done to support tourism, which can absorb a lot of young people, etc. Comrade Chair, I think one of our biggest issues, and those are all the basics, but I think we're not going to make progress if we don't start a local government. If you look at the state of local government in the last 10 years, it is in free fall. It's beyond scary. That about 10 years ago, about 10% of our municipalities were in financial trouble. Today, it's over 75%. It used to be about 20 or so municipalities who didn't pay workers on time. It now flirts with around 36. And those tend to be in the Northwest Free State, Northern Cape, and also this province of the Eastern Cape. And you see the same delinquents every single time. And one doesn't see a real program from COGTA, from SALGA, to address it. But at this rate, we're going to witness the complete collapse of some municipalities. And we've already begun to see that. And the consequences, workers are retrenched. Municipalities are not paying staff. There was one municipality which paid workers, I think, with pick and pay vouchers. I think it was in this province, if I'm right. There was another municipality, I think, in this province which said, we'll pay you every other month for the next 6 months. There was one in the Northern Cape which didn't pay for 12 months. So how do we expect these workers to deliver public services, etc., municipal services rather? We need to have a much more frank discussion. I don't think, Comrade Chair, that we can really continue to afford 257 municipalities. Some of them are too small to sustain themselves. We need to rather see how do you consolidate, move towards a district development model. But I think right now the thing is it's a ticking time bomb. We've been making a lot of noise, Chair, about the issue of local procurement. That's the quickest, that's the fastest, most sustainable way of creating jobs. And I think all of us here are guilty of supporting locally produced goods. So I'm sure if you were to check our shoes, our trousers, our shirts, our cars, you might find made in China on the labels. I don't know if this is sacked to clothing workers here, but you'll find we produce almost every single good we need as a country. So we do need as consumers to buy locally produced clothes, cars, VW, etc. Also, we need to get businesses to do likewise, and I think even as government departments too, to make sure we're very brutal, that we should only find VWs or Mercedes or BMW, etc., locally produced, or Toyota is being bought, etc. Also, again, as unions, we need to do much more as well. We have pension funds as unions. We should be harassing them to say, what are you doing to invest in locally produced companies, or goods rather, etc., etc. Because if we're not going to provide that solidarity, who exactly do we expect to provide it? Other countries have done well, it's because they supported local industries. Comments? I think on the issue of corruption, I don't think we can understate the amount of damage is done to the state. But I think there is some signs of progress. The President signed the Public Procurement Act this year. It's an issue which we dealt a lot with as COSATU NEDLAC, which is going to require national, provincial, local government, SOEs, municipalities, entities to support local procurement. So that'll be a critical task to make sure that all of them abide by it. And just because it's in law doesn't mean it's going to happen. Often sector clothing workers will write to municipalities and say, the clothes you buy for your staff, are they locally produced? And you'll be amazed. Municipalities will tell them supporting local businesses is not their mandate. So we also need to be aggressive as unions, just to put government, to hold government accountable and say, how do you do it? There is progress, as you can say, around the South African Revenue Service in terms of dealing with tax evasion, etc. You can see some progress with the issues of corruption, etc., but not enough. And I think all too often we always see the negative stories, but we don't see the good endings to those stories. We need to do much more work in that regard. On the issue of stimulating the economy, I think Comrade Gura, as COSATU, as unions, FEDUSA, SAFTU, etc., we need to do much more to put pressure on pension funds to support investments in infrastructure, in the economy, in local businesses. I know that the provincial government doesn't have huge resources, but you do have some. I think it's the Eastern Cape Development Agency, if I'm right, and there are other state financial institutions. DBSA, we also must harass them to support local businesses. We do need to put more pressure on the banks as well, because government can't do everything. Provide more affordable interest rates. How can we make the employment tax incentive more accessible to SMEs, etc.? And part of our effort as COSATU is to say, with the two-part pension reforms, how can we also assist workers by easing the debt pressures on them as well? We have about 15 industrial master plans, which have been set up by DTC, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, with business and labor, looking at different sectors of the economy, from poultry to sugar, to mining, to motor manufacturing, agriculture, clothing, etc. Some are doing well, and they do well where the unions are active. Those who are not doing well, it's often because unions are not involved. But they lay a foundation for partnership between government and labor and business, how to remove the economic blockages, how to grow the economy, etc. And you can see some progress. I was amazed by the motor manufacturing that I think in the last 5 years we managed to increase our exports by about 25% of cars produced in South Africa. In the clothing sector, we managed to get the big retailers like Foschini, Woolworths, Truworths, etc., to increase the stock of locally produced clothes on their shelves by 50%. So those are the kind of things that if you do it, it helps to sustain local jobs, local factories, etc. On the issue, and just getting towards the end, Comrade Chair, on the issue of the just transition, I think we make a mistake as a society to think just transition is about energy. And sure, it's about energy because of our carbon emissions, that's the biggest source of emissions, etc. But also it's about water, the amount of water we waste as a society. PE, Cape Town, these are all examples of how we waste water as a society. It's about manufacturing. Can we recycle discarded plastics as part of fabrics for clothes, for example? There is a factory in Pretoria doing that. Can we move transport? And if I can upset the Premier, we're going to lose our motor manufacturing industry, I think, Premier, by 2030, unless we move it to electric vehicles. China's producing about 1 million electric vehicles a year. So that's the future. And it's in our interest to move towards electric vehicles, because if we continue to be dependent on oil, every year there'll be a crisis in the Middle East. So oil prices are going to skyrocket. We saw it in the first or the second Gulf War 20 years ago. We see it now with Ukraine. We'll always be the victim of international oil prices. We move to electric vehicles. We'll save the economy money. We'll also expand and save the local motor manufacturing industry. We'll also save Eskom. It's a win-win thing, but we must move so quickly. So in this year's budget, there's a 150% tax incentive to electric vehicles. So hoping that will help to unlock issues as well. But you can see the shift. I think VW says they want to produce about 30 million vehicles, electric vehicles by 2030. But you can just be sure if China does something, the rest of the world is going to follow suit. If we don't do it, well, then we'll all be driving Chinese cars, which is fine, but they must be locally manufactured Chinese cars, not ones imported. And to be fair to the Chinese, they have established, I think, 2 factories here. Comrade Chair, the President also signed the Climate Change Act about a month ago. It requires all organs of state to have climate change plans to mitigate climate change, to put in place measures that include municipalities, etc. We need a just transition, which is not just about shifting a coal power station to a gas power station, but making sure we take into account the workers at those stations, the value chains, the indirect jobs, the families, the communities, etc. But not just for energy, for the entire economy, because everything is going to change in the next 10, 15 years. We need to create new sectors, absorb the youth. And I'm always amazed, Chair, that we have huge amounts in the SETAs. There was one SETA 2 years ago which didn't spend 600 million rand. Yet workers are crying for training, crying for jobs. Companies are complaining about the lack of skills. But if you look at the SETAs, Komagura, the amount of corruption and mismanagement there is scary. It's industrial scale looting there. I know it's not a provincial competency, but we should still be pushing the envelope to say, but these SETAs, why can't we use them to train farm workers on agriculture or workers who are going to be retrenched, etc. There's ample amount of money. But it can't make sense that transport companies, trucking companies complain we don't have long-distance truck drivers in South Africa, which makes no sense when you have 60% of youth unemployment. That's not a difficult skill to get. We have the EPWP and community works programs, so with all the issues, we should be really saying to municipalities, how do you use them to support startups, SMEs? Can you utilize them to help unemployed persons establish a small recycling cooperative, etc., be involved in rehabilitation of land, reforestation, etc., or fixing water leaks, and all of these things. So just getting towards the end, Chair, and apologies, I'm sure I spoke far too long. On the employment programs, one of the presidential promise to Minister has done excellent work. It's provided about 500,000 work opportunities, mostly for teaching assistants. It would be useful for the Eastern Cape Provincial Government also to join COSATU in putting pressure on national government, not to be cutting it back, because they've been cutting it for the last 2 years. Makes no sense. They've cut it from 36 billion rand to about 9 billion rand. Yet unemployment is our ticking time bomb. But we should be expanding from teaching assistants to across the state, Home Affairs, police, to the ports, to Transnet, etc., etc. Ideally to take it to 2 million, because that will really help give young people a minimum wage, the skills, the experience, etc., to find work. We should be linking the SOD grant recipients to skills training programs, to job placement programs. There's a chance for the Eastern Cape to lead around internship programs, which have really kind of not taken off at the level we want to. But you'll find, Chair, that the SETAs have got internship allowances, where if you arrange internships at your company, the SETAs are willing to fund those interns for 2 months, for 2 years, and there's different salaries according to the skills. I think lastly, let me conclude, Chair. I've not kept track on time, so I apologize for that. You were very polite and not calling me to order. So let me just conclude, Chair, to say, look, I think the bottom line is we can't continue business as usual. Our number one crisis is a 42% unemployment rate, and we will remain the most unequal nation in the world with huge levels of poverty, etc., unless we deal with unemployment. Equally, the environment is in real trouble, and you can see it. PE, Cape Town, other parts with the water crisis, it's not an accident. But we do need to shift towards sustainable development. We need to also make sure we rebuild the state, that we reposition to support the poor, protect workers' rights, stimulate the economy, job creation. But there's no workers' rights if you have unemployment. If you're unemployed, you're not a worker. And to capacity workers to defend their rights, to assert their rights, then they must know there are jobs available. You won't find a worker who is willing to fight for a minimum wage if she knows that the unemployment queue there is so long, she can sit for 2 years to find a job. The private sector must also play their part, but I think Comrades, also us as the trade union movement, we shouldn't just throw stones at government. Yes, we must do that, but we must also point to ourselves as well. What can we do to assist as well? And I think, Chair, I'm biased towards provincial legislatures, having worked in a provincial legislature before, and I know the power of the legislature to also push provincial departments to do more. But lastly, Chair, that look, I don't want to also depress Commerce too much. We are in a mess as a country, but there are green shoots too. And the fact that we managed to turn around ESCOM, we have not had load shedding for almost 6 months. SARS is being rebuilt. You can see investment is beginning to flow into the country. You can see people who have stolen from the state. Even our friends are being arrested, etc. So there is progress, but we must also claim these victories too. And I'm amazed, Comrade Gura, at times we get victories, we fight for them hard, then when they come, we denounce our own victories. And we also don't sell our country as a consequence. I was amazed, Comrade Chair, let me conclude. We know Eastern Cape has many difficulties, but I drove through Transkei 2 Christmases ago, and I was so impressed by how smooth the N2 road is through Transkei. So there's a huge amount of potential as well, but we don't sell it. We're often just content to insult each other, to complain, and not also claim our victories as well. So let me end on a positive note, Comrade Chair. I'm sure I definitely abused your hospitality, but thanks very much for accommodating us. Thanks, Chair. Amandla.
Oh, she's already here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm your visitor. Please come closer. Yes. This is the home of legends. We have taken notes of what we have raised to us. Thank you very much. This is our token
Okay.
from the Speaker of this legislature.
Okay, thank you.
You have to declare. You have to declare.
I just declare to Gura.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Parks. Can we sing just one revolutionary song for the last time, please, comrades? One revolutionary song, please. Yawo iyelele basekuzokhali basuka tambo iyelele masekuzokhali basuka iyele sesifikile thina abafana bomkhono sekuzokhali basuka iyele sesifikile thina bafana bomkhono sekuzokhali basuka tambo iyelele masekuzokhali basuka iyele tambo iyele amandla. Thank you, comrades. Can I invite the presiding officer of the Workers' Parliament to officially start the House? Can I invite Honorable Mr. David King to the podium, please? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Will we rise so that we are able to have our silent prayer and meditation? You may be seated. Speaker of the House, Deputy Speaker, Premier, Mayors, leaders of unions and federations, I greet you all. Now we will, Honorable Premier, as it is protocol, I formally take the seat and preside over this House sitting. Let me formally recognize your presence, the presence of other MECs, members of the Legislature, and our honored guests, the worker parliamentarians. Thank you for your presence and your ongoing support shown for our programs. Before we commence with the business of the day, may I take this opportunity to remind the House of the ground rules that will assist in facilitating this sitting. Members and guests are reminded that this is a formal sitting of the legislature, and therefore, some of our standing rules and the legislature applies as follows. Members must keep their cell phones and the devices on silent. Kindly indicate to the presiding officer by raising your hand and when you want to be recognized to speak. This also applies if you want to raise a point of order or a question of privilege. Members who are in the chamber will use the microphone provided for them when they are recognized by the presiding officer. Members are requested to stand when addressing the chair in line with parliamentary convention. We recognize the dress code today as one resembling the true identity of workers. During the debate, you are humbly requested to adhere to the time allocated, and the presiding officer will make the call to wrap up. In an ordinary sitting, a legislature would have started its house sitting at 14:15. We therefore note and acknowledge the change in time for today's session. Honorable worker leaders, we have one subject matter for the discussion as unpacked by Comrade Mr. Parks. We will now immediately move to the list of speakers to address the House on the thematic areas or topics as indicated on the order paper. As we have not managed to get an indication in good time of all the speakers, I will then call each region per thematic area. The time is clearly indicated in the program, and as the presiding officer, I have the responsibility to time all of you, honorable members. All 5 thematic areas will be presented. I now call upon the regions that will be presenting these thematic areas. Our first thematic area, maybe I might as well mention this. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes. 3 minutes because we have an average of 40 speakers who must present here from the various regions. So that is why we will be giving those speakers only 3 minutes. So I would suggest that when one speaks, they just try and be quick on it, and to avoid issues or statements that may result in them not having the opportunity to say what they actually intended to say. So I would now call upon Sarah Bartman. Fortunately, there is a name here, Gyasopu, to come and take their 3 minutes. Just before Gyasopu starts, may I ask the Secretary to read?
Labor absorption and labor participation by the youth of the Eastern Cape.
Thank you. Mr. Gyasopu, you may continue.
Greetings to the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Premier, and because of time, I'll observe protocol. Today's theme, as unpacked by the guest speaker, is protecting workers whilst ensuring sustainable livelihoods. Now, this begs the question, what is it that workers must be protected from, and what is it workers must be protected against? As Marxist scholars, We hold the view that workers sell their labor power to the employer who continues to exploit them and further extracts their surplus value whilst enjoying monetary profits. This is still relevant today, even for the public servants who sell their labor to a democratic state, which is a political apparatus that serves as an instrument of the dominant economic class, which continues to exploit the working class. A case in point being the neoliberal austerity measures. Workers need to be protected against an employer that does not adhere to collective bargaining outcomes. An employer that thinks that anything less than a 2-digit salary adjustment is anything to go by. An employer that does not offer its employees' children a bursary scheme to address the missing middle challenges. An employer who does not adhere to occupational health and safety requirements, which include protective clothing, clean water, and a working ventilation system. And obviously an employer who has turned the two-pot system as a money-making scheme for the government rather than its intended beneficiaries, which is struggling working class. Labor absorption and labor population for the youth of the Eastern Cape. It is important that we first highlight the current labor market measures, which indicate to us that out of the more than 4.5 million people of working age in the Eastern Cape,
1 minute left.
close to half of them are employed, and a majority of which are young people. Now, this tells us that the underlying challenge in the province is youth unemployment and its complex nature as it continues to rise and increase every year. The causes to this increase inter alia are the increase in the labor force participation rate, the slow economic growth, and an inflexible and a discriminative labor market. This tells us that employment is shrinking, and this is a chronic socio-economic issue for the Republic of South Africa in general, but the Eastern Cape province in particular. The reality is that the labor population is growing at a faster rate than the labor absorption rate, pretty much because the country and the province has been unable to grow the labor markets whilst sustaining livelihoods. We dismiss with the contempt it deserves that the notion that young people are lazy, unskilled, uneducated. Each year, tertiary institutions have thousands of young people graduating and ready to be absorbed by the labor market. But this is never the case, as graduates just add on long and unending queues. In conclusion, we reiterate our views that young people should not only be absorbed in employment only in low-paying jobs, but should also be considered to director posts because we are energetic, determined, qualified, and competent. Manda.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now we call upon the Joe Gabi district. Joe Gabi. Can you please introduce yourself, seeing that your name is not in front of me?
My name is Bongani Mtwa. I'm from the Jokabi region. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Speaker, the Premier, and all other established guests, and all other members of the Legislature. Government should do away with casualization and contracts of workers. They should start prioritizing a permanent post for the youth, because you find that in municipalities we have workers that work in the CWP and EPW programs that do not get permanent employment. Abantu basebenza for many years up until retirement age, and when they reach that retirement age, they leave government with absolutely no benefits and nothing. And the regional internal recruitment processes in our region should be patriotic and do away with the work experience for the youth, and it should also embrace youth employment and self-employment. Because you'd find that abantwana bethu baphuma esikolweni bafuna emisebenzini.
You have 1 minute left.
The government should also cancel the age eligibility employment of 18 to 35, as well as it should prioritize ukufunda businesses zolutsha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We call upon the Speaker from OR Tambo. And can we please have the PCM? Can we please have the PCM seated here? Introduction, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Sibahle Ndlwana, and I'm from OR Tambo. Let me start by observing all protocol. On the thematic area number 1, our input as OR Tambo is that as long as the youth is unemployed, the societal ills that you find, they will remain in there, as well as it being a ticking time bomb in our society. Therefore, we're saying, in line with the high youth unemployment that is taking place in our province, then the posts that are available must not only be advertised in print media, but also the social media must be utilized to make sure that all young people are able to get access to the adverts. We also are inputting that there must be emphasis on the no experience on all entry-level posts in all government departments. We are also of the view that the reduction of retirement age from 65 or 60 to 55 years must be something that must be considered with less money that is being taxed, as well as the workers being incentivized for having taken for taking the early retirement, because we realize that it is quite inhuman and demonic for young people to have to pray for people to die in order for them to be able to get jobs. Our input as well is that there must be the removal of the austerity measures in order to make sure that all posts that are in government are filled, funded or non-funded. The last one, Chairperson, we are emphatic and quite unapologetic to say that government must do away with outsourcing of all services, as they lead not only to exploitation, but also to job insecurities.
1 minute left.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
PCM, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nomakaya Pagade. I'm from a BCM municipality. I greet the Chairperson, and in the interest of time, observing the protocol. On the issue of labor absorption and labor participation by the youth of the Eastern Cape, we are of the view that the government must develop a plan wherein these young people would be permanently employed. We are not happy about the internship that ends in 2 weeks, in 2-year time period, and there's no hope for a future permanence of these interns. The high rate of, we are also considering that the department is appointing e-contract companies.
1 minute
those contract
left.
companies are paid instead of appointing permanent workers. Striking a balance between digital, artificial intelligence, robotic, and job security. Oh, okay, sorry. Or we also, I think this one has also been said that we are against the limitation of age, because these students, they come out of university, there is no job opportunities, and when e-posts are advertised, they will be limited to say 18 to 35. We're saying the government must do away with that, because it also disadvantages these young people. The exploitation of graduates in graduate programs. I think many things have been said on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We'll call upon Amatole Distribute.
The program director and all the protocol that is for me today is observed. The Trade Union Imati would like to take this opportunity to thank the Provincial Executive Management of Eastern Cape Legislature for this inclusive invite of allowing labor to form part of this nature for the first time. It's always been an interesting and exciting time of the year for any progressive sector in planning, reflecting, and self-correcting of the past deficiencies. In addressing the theme of today, protecting workers while ensuring sustainable livelihoods of the workers, we have noticed that the issues, thank you. We have noticed that the issues of workers and their livelihoods are severely affected in our district. The basic service delivery and financial viability management is vitally important to ensure that we absorb workers within our institution. However, we have noticed a growing concern of public uprising by government workers and communities due to salaries and wages non-payment by our government. The public services dissatisfaction arises from high level of corruption, maladministration, nepotism, and poor government. The nepotism plays a very critical role, whereby we see within our sector that various children of various executives are being employed within our sectors. The issues of financial mismanagement is very important because it makes it difficult for us to absorb these workers within our mainstream. As much as we are noticing the issues of EPWP and interns, however, it is very difficult to absorb these workers because workers are being viewed as expenditure. In this house, we want to downsize the employees. As a result, we cannot absorb these children within our mainstream. Therefore, the intergovernmental relations is very important, whereby both local and provincial government, they work intertwined in relationship to ensure that we are absorbing these issues of these interns. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just a quick reminder, honorable leaders, please be reminded that we have 120 minutes and we have 5 areas for debate. All regions are elected to debate, and they will be provided with their 3 minutes, all of them. Nobody will be given more minutes than others. We are now calling upon Krisani.
Greetings you all. My name is Andy Silens Otopambila. All those who came before me have observed protocol on my behalf. Government of the Eastern Cape has put austerity measures, and this involves radical changes in tax rate, budget cuts, which led to some department freezing employment processes. These measures resulting in malabsorption of young people due to unavailability of posts and overwhelming workload to those that are employed. It is not a secret that the government is crippling when it comes to providing proper organogram for the departments. And also, each and every year, each department is producing annual recruitment plan, but those annual recruitment plans are not being implemented. During COVID-19, young people were made to be frontliners, but those young people post-COVID-19 were never absorbed in the system, and they remain unemployed. Hence, the unemployment is increasing. Young people in the Eastern Cape are seen to be only interns, qualifying to be interns, and EPWP, and these comrades are not being absorbed to the system and being made permanent after the contracts. The interference of senior managers in the lower category posts has resulted to the unemployment of young people. The issues of outsourcing and privatization is increasing in the Eastern Cape. The closure of firms and local businesses and ITZ is resulting in the increasing of high employment in the young people. As the Christians are here to demand that there must be a proper growth plan, and proper growth plan, migration plan, and skills development programs that are being put in place by the Eastern Cape, implementation of all the resolutions by the bargaining, interns and contract workers and EPWP, community service workers, and COVID-19 workers must be absorbed in the system or be translated to permanent employees. There must be a proper development of ITZ firms and industries, including local government businesses, to ensure that young people are actively participating in the economy of this province. Proper organogram must be created or put to be implemented so that young people can get post and be implemented. There must be no involvement in the lower or entry points in the department, as to ensure that there is no gatekeeping. Amandla.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We call upon Nelson Mandela.
Greetings, Chairperson in the House, all protocol observed. My name is Sipokas Lobisha from somewhere in the Nelson Mandela. On the topic at hand, we are saying on the filling of vacancies, if we could eliminate involvement of management, we could have more youth employed in the municipality. And the EPWP has been used or it's applied irregularly. The system is not used for what it is intended for. The outsourcing of municipal resources, you find that, not municipal services rather, you find that the jobs that were supposed to be done by the municipal workers are rather outsourced, and these are the core services of the municipality. So we need to do away with that. The Eastern Cape has got to create an economic plan where the youth are running their own sustainable businesses, sustainable being the key word here. And the NMPM is an automotive hub, but it remains with a high unemployment rate of youth. We need to pay attention to that. We need to have our own mechanics and other people who are associated with the automotive sector. The skills development training is important for unemployed youth, and make sure internships and graduate training programs are meaningful, because that are not the LTCTA grants should be used to address the skills gap. We do not want skills in soft skills as NZY. We want skills that are meaningful, that are going to create and sustain and grow the economy of the Eastern Cape. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. We now call upon Alfred Nzo.
Chair of this session, all protocol observed. I'm representing our friends on the thematic area. Let me start by saying the president of this country, President Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, once said, "Let us reaffirm our shared commitment to fight for South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it, black and white." Therefore, this warrants the provincial legislature of this province, Eastern Cape, to take into account the call from workers and design a new economic model that is based on social contract. We therefore submit, Chair, our recommendations to the legislature that the government of the Eastern Cape must avail resources to create sustainable work opportunities for the unemployed youth. This includes startup packs for small businesses, reopening closed factories, filling vacancies that have been created by COVID-19 pandemic in all government states offices. The government must also implement EPWP programs that consider or include young people who are above 35 years, not limiting only to the age of 35. And the provincial government must adopt policies that protect the interns and must subject the recruitment to competitive processes and absorb those who qualified. Lastly, Chair, the end use of investment of students after they have completed their studies in terms of internship must be at the center of our government. And the plans for
1
creating
minute left.
jobs must be in place. Lastly, Chair, the provincial government of the Eastern Cape must consider insourcing demand services such as cleaning, security services in all departments and municipalities, not to outsource these services because there's an opportunity that government can absorb a lot of young people who are unemployed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will now move to the next thematic area. Secretary, please read the next order.
Striking a balance between digitization, artificial intelligence, robotics, and job security.
Thank you. We'll call upon the first speaker from SPDM, Honorable Duruwe. Sorry for pronouncing your surname wrong.
My name is
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all honorable members. As much as this debate and topics given to us by the employer are very good topics, but they are not doing justice to our members' cry on the ground. We were expecting the minutes of the last sitting of Workers' Parliament to pave way to the sitting of today, but nevertheless, we are here. Currently, as the Eastern Cape remains with the highest unemployment rate among nine provinces in the country, we think that by bringing these robots and machines to perform duties that are currently done by humans will further boost the unemployment rate within the province. Jobs that are done by 10 unskilled workers will now be performed by 1 or 2 robots with one human being controlling them. Remember, izikuta esasizithengile eMonti zisahleli pha. Now, what we are saying as unions, workers must be skilled and development than bringing expensive machines that will be expensive to maintain. The second one, digitization improves existing businesses processes, but it does not change and transform them. Remember, the challenge currently that we are facing is the hacking of phone devices that keeps confidential information. This will also lead to the loss of certain jobs. What we want is unions. Governments need to upskill workers, development, take them to training, improve the amount of unemployment within our provinces, involve workers in whatever that needs to be implemented as implementers of whatever that has been done. Fill all the vacant positions before you review your organigram. Mabaxabiseke abasebenzi ekwangabo abantu abazisa enkonzo oluntwini. What we are saying, all this artificial intelligence, since these robots are built by humans,
1 minute left.
They can never be built in bias by those who either intentionally or inadvertently introduce them in workplace. Loss of certain jobs, a shift in human science. Remember, you can kill a man, but you will never take his experience away from him. He will die with his experience. All these machines that will be done, it will be to kill our economy. Also, it will be hard for them to be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will call upon Joe Gabi, Honorable Bongani Mtwa. Please come forward. And can we please have the speaker from OR Tambo and BCM seated here so that they are close by when they are needed. OR Tambo and BCM, can you please be seated here while Joe Gabi addresses us?
Government should upskill the workforce and not compete with labor recruitment through introducing artificial intelligence, digitization, and robotics. These devices must enhance service delivery to the existing staff through periodical training. The Department of Basic Education should revamp its current curriculum to ensure that we create an environment that equips our communities with the necessary skills and knowledge that will enable our children to thrive in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. As part of new employees orientation program, government should work hand in hand with the National School of Government to be able to make the workers aware of the access they have and which programs they can equip themselves with. Government should look at also the affordability challenge that we as the workforce are faced with, because simply we cannot afford postgraduate education as the current workforce. So it is going to be very difficult to strike a balance between the skills that we need that will help us thrive in the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you.
Well done on the time. Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Now we'll call upon O.R. Tambo. Joel.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Enkosi Speaker. Ndinguphula wase O.R. Tambo Coastal, O.R. Tambo. So mane fu coastal. The digitization, artificial intelligence and robotics are welcome. Whereas they are welcome, in most cases, they pose real challenges and threaten job security. So while the use of technology has been a game changer, it has equally contributed to job losses. This, however, gives opportunity to transfer of new scarce skills, reskilling, upskilling, and promoting mass employment in construction, manufacturing, and agricultural sectors. Now we need to find a balance by ensuring that digitization only applies where no labor force can be employed. Kungafakwa onodoli apho kunokwa kusebenze abantu. Mabasebenze apho kungekho ndlela iyenye ebinokwenzeka. Kuyadingeka also that there should be reconfiguration in the curriculum, higher ezikolweni, both in GT, FET, and higher education, which will prioritize training of teachers and public servants. Zizonke nje ngobuninzi bazo. Now we need to use skills that are usita uqinisekisa into yoba abantu are trained and skilled ukuze bakwazi into yoba ba remain be relevant in the workforce ngoba abanodolo abahambi ncamncam. So sidinga ke into yoba kube khona a reskilling that is mandatory for
1 minute left.
For all the workforce through sitters. Inkosi yoxolo mayibe nani.
Amen. Thanks, Honorable Member. Please introduce yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Guzama Wakamnyabiso from BCM. Digitalization or robotics in the workforce are creating a surge in the unemployment rate of the province. Umzekelo singenza phayana eDaimler Chrysler or ulanduza the McDonald's banomachina abajikelezayo akusekho bantu phaya. But as abasebenzi ke ngokuba se-BCM we sithi kubana mayipheliswe or government must be brutal in taxing the artificial intelligence and robotics. There must be a way of getting a revenue from the digitization or artificial and robotics. Thank you.
That was quick. Thanks, Honorable Member. Now we call upon ADM.
Thank you, Comrade. We try to strike the balance between the artificial and industrialization of these robots and job security. However, we could not find a reconciliation between the two, as it will be very detrimental to the workers. However, we looked at the issue of job security within our sector. We still find corruption as a massive barrier that is affecting us within our sector, that is decreasing the job security of our members. We would like to say that we remain optimistic that the negativity that is coming in relation to this job and with this security of workers remains our key and fundamental issue. However, it is very important that our institutions start to reskill the workers in terms of meeting the standards that is required by them. Lastly but not least, Chair, the organizations within our sectors should ensure that the recertification and of workers in terms of policies that will enhance promotion, retention of our employees is taken into account to ensure that the job security of our workers is maintained. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. We now call upon Chris Honey. And may we please have Nelson Mandela and Alfred Nzo seated here, please.
Enkosi Speaker, igama nguYonela Madzanini kaJet Xothiwe. Speaker, manibulise wonke umuntu olapha ngokushiyashiyana kwezihlalo. Okwama kukuninzanga, all the protocols has been observed. Sithi ku theme number B as Krizani. It is correct that C embraced the land FYR, which is Fourth Industrial Revolution. But what we are saying is that the workers has to be trained to produce such robots. Then secondly, they have to be trained to operate these robots so that xa bakwazi ukuyenza zingahekwa nezinto zokuheka sikwazi nokukhupha viruses. Ndizama ukuthi wena Chair, zikhona instances where we have to just fly drones zihambe ziyocollecta stats. We can do that. We must be trained as workers to do that so that to strike the balances. And also wena Sal, le nto yokusetyenziswa kwezi robots mayingabi ngathi yinto nje ezothatha imisebenzi. Umzekelo sinabasebenzi bethu bakwamasipala abatshayelayo estratweni. Bekugqitywa kuthethwa nge-climate change up. I-climate has changed. Kukhona izifo ekuthiwa zi-TB as the result of utshayela. But if sitrain umsebenzi akwazi uku-operate umashini ozotshayela ngokunokwawo, umashini awuzugula. So sithi that balance mayibe pha. Enkosi Sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Member, please introduce yourself.
Igama lam ndingumelikhaya wakwaGordian. Umbamba ukhila uthangana kule nyanga yamagugu. Honorable House Chair, how do we strike a balance between digitization, artificial intelligence, robotics, and job security? As Nelson Mandela, we are saying one of the primary issues is to reskill the workers, as the current workforce will be at the back foot when it comes to the robotics. Abanupopi or Tambo ibithetha ngabo. The other issue we are raising is that the Nelson Mandela as the automotive hub, we are seeing new companies, your BAIC, your FAW, and all companies which are there, your Isuzu, your Volkswagen, companies which are being now, some of them, the components industries being closing down. Our question that we are raising is that as to why, whilst we are in automotive hub as the Nelson Mandela. The other issue that we are raising is that municipalities must create enabling environment to attract investors to come and invest in our municipalities. Lastly, one of the challenges that we are facing as the Eastern Cape is the vandalism of the state and municipal infrastructure by the vandals. And lastly, the issue of the employment of foreign nationals overlooking the very same South Africans. It creates lendo singenayo job security as in now. Manphela apho umhlanga phambili.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Alfred Nzo.
Greetings to the House, Honorable Speaker, all protocols observed. My fellow comrades have already spoken before me on this topic, but in the spirit of not repeating what they've already said. I would like to just quickly make recommendations to the House. We appreciate this invitation with the hope that participation will influence decision makers and all oversight committees to ensure that workers' protection and ensuring sustainable livelihoods is a realizable achievement through just and fair implementation of policies and adequate monitoring and assessment of decision makers in government to ensure that the legislative compliance, fair and just administration of labor practices by all state organs and its partners is done. We are in the business to ensure an end to corruption and exploitative labor practices by all state organs. And that is usually the main stumbling block to development. So we cannot really move and say we can strike a balance when we're not even cleaning house. We are here to say that the state itself has a direct mandate towards ensuring socio-economic rights of workers are upheld at all times and in all spheres, beginning with itself as the main employer in this province, because of our social services that we have to give to the communities. Without quick and decisive action taken in this province, it will first become a failed one, which will fall to victim to systematic and deeply entrenched crime syndicates that will be difficult to eradicate. Good governance is the only solution, and we implore all present today to make a commitment towards a healthier and more productive workforce through labor legislation compliance as the first step, and strengthening of safety and security measures. Lastly, but most crucial, we need to make sure that accountability of decision makers must be done when they fail to comply. Every sector is moving towards digitization. Every sector is moving towards robotics and artificial intelligence. Currently, there's a disjuncture between the current workforce
One minute left.
There's a disjuncture between the current workforce and adapting to digitization. We need to make sure that schools of technology are actually introduced from primary level up, and we need to make sure that the tertiary institutions at the current moment are speaking to the current industries as well, so that the youth can be absorbed. We cannot have a 60% unemployment rate for the youth. It's unheard of. So please, we are asking government to take a proactive step in making sure that we reach our goals. We need to make sure also that we strengthen the safety and security of our province, and that we need to really invest in ensuring that equipment is safeguarded, and that we know that we are not going to be losing money in procuring equipment that is substandard. Also, lastly, we want to just ask that as part of their oversight and monetary role in this house, we just want
Time up.
Can we have an effective resolution register, which will be a good start at least, and can we also make sure that there's at least a biannual revisitation?
Time up,
of it?
Honorable Member.
Thank you.
We will now move to our next thematic area. Secretary, please read the order.
Future industries and skills gap.
Thank you. Can we have Honorable 7, number 7, SPTM? Can we please not walk here on the passage? Can we please go around if we are coming to the podium?
Enkosi Speaker, masibulise ku honorable Bawo Oscar Mabuyane, Portabao. Future industries and gap and skills gap.
Order, honorable members.
It is imperative to give a historical context in industries and skills gap in South Africa. It is also in the same vein that we must understand the future industries and overcoming skills gap in this country. The apartheid colonialism created a very huge gap in skills gap in our country through discrimination. The African laborers were migrants in the metropolitan industries, particularly in the mining industry. And it was a trend to all other sectors, to the other sectors and industries, be it agriculture, finance, auto, and public services. This led to an economy that subjected African majority to live on a migrant salaries and abject poverty. The balkanization of the country did not help, rather, but it further created more harm in skills. The nature of skills gap is gaining momentum each passing day because modern technologies surpass mankind. This creates more divisions in the economy. The future of industries is bleak because machines will be replacing human beings and the perpetual inequalities and high unemployment rate will skyrocket. The legacy of apartheid economics continuously haunt us as the nation. The lack of skills means many young South Africans cannot be absorbed in the labor market, meaning the developmental state must intervene through industrialization programs with special focus on building SMMEs. Now,
1 minute left.
the South African industrial policy is talking to the following. The labor-intensive industries development, public and private investment, and encouraging domestic savings, improvement of government performance, and focus on education. Mandithi, the working class and the poor must come up with ways and means and ways to change the present status quo of advancing neoliberal agenda of excluding the vast majority of our people. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable members, may I request that the people be seated here so that they are able to reach the podium soon. These would be the following speakers. We would have from Joe Kabi Bongan, Xoliswa Motloi, and then we would have from O.R. Tambo, and then the fourth one would be from PCM, the fifth from ADM, the sixth one would be from Krisani, the seventh will be from Nelson Mandela, and the eighth one will be from Alfred and so. So when the speaker moves from the podium, can the next speaker please come and take a seat? Thank you. Please introduce yourself, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to the Premier, the Honorable Speaker. My name is Xoliswa Motloi. I am from Jokabi District Municipality. I'm presenting on thematic area 3, the future of industries and skills gap. Understanding Jokabi as being a rural, one of the districts that are poor and rural, and only thing that can sustain our economy, it is through farming and crop farming and livestock farming. The strong point that we have is that because Jokabi has got so many farms, and even the people that are on the locations, most of them were working on these farms and they were productive. So it is a strong point that we have. Now we are saying what needs to be done is for government together with the sitters and the local government work together in terms of locating all those people that were skilled in terms of making the farming productive in our area, and reskill them and make them useful, even those that are at home. So that's one suggestion that we are having. And then another thing is that understanding that at schools, not all the kids are capable of going through up to matric, but if the Department of Education working with other departments and sitters can decide to, from the early age, prepare our young people in terms of not thinking about being employed, but being employers. So from an early age, they are skilled in terms of using their hands and making sure that they can be employers rather than being
1 minute
being
left.
employed. Lastly, one thing on the workforce that we currently have, there's this thinking that the people that were there before technology are useless at this point. We are saying they are still very useful, but what government can do is to just reskill them and make them useful, because the expertise that they have, no one can take it away. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, please introduce yourself.
Honorable Chair, protocol observed. Chair, my name is Sbusiso Mandeneja. Ndimela apa i-OR Tambo. Chair, mhlawumbi mandiqale kule nto ye-curriculum. The Eastern Cape, Chair, is agricultural and coastal. Now, if the curriculum at school can be changed so that learners from early age bafunde baye kulebelisha i-locust. Tina Chair safunda kuthiwa masilebelisha i-locust, zange zisincedise. We are not skilled. So we are saying as Ortambo, the curriculum must be changed. Kwenziwe i-curriculum that provide abantwana from early age babe skilled. Two, Chair, the FET and higher institutions also must change their curriculum. We can't afford, Chair, higher institutions as lapha Eastern Cape ezingenazo izifundo ezithetha ngamalwandle sinawo. We can't afford. So the curriculum, so higher institution mazithethe kweza ndawo sihlala kuzo curriculum yazo. Two, Chair, Eastern Cape, particularly elicala lase Eastern region, kunensangu, Chepa. We are saying, Chair, la nsangu iphaya makungasuki abantu kwelinye ilizwe baze neskill ba le nsangu iphaya
1 minute left.
izawutyalwa kanjani kodwa sikhona. So we are saying the government makaqiniseke into baba abantu uyabanikeza isakhono sokuqiniseka ba intsangu yabo bayayilima ngendlela right. Two, Chair, sinemagwa pha, Chair, apha Eastern Cape. Kukhona imagwa phaya enomhlaba ngu-90% womhlaba wakhona ongasetyenziswayo. So we're saying, Chair, la magwa must be used ngendlela right, and kuqiniseke into yoba i-government uyayithatha imagwa ingasetyenziswa nje ngabantu abasecaleni, Chair. Loo nto izawuncedisa into yoba kube khona izikills ke, Chair, ezawuthi ziphume pha emagwa, Chair. Lastly, Chair, sekutshiwo apha i-youth mayingayekwa nje, must be trained youth, Chair. Sesinezi challenges sinazo njena, i-youth is not trained. Also, the proper assistance to i-co-opt zabo mayenziwe, Chair, government. Enkosi, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Can we have a speaker from PCM?
Thank you, Chair. As BCM, we are saying we are going to talk on the point that says future industries and skills gap. We all know and understand that our education was not addressing skills. And as such, one of the reasons that we are facing the challenge of young people who are not employed is the education that they get. Education, lapha yethu, is a job-seeking type of education, and we need to change that so that they are made ready to be able to be entrepreneurs. Talking of industries, we are saying these industries that were there before our government came into era, they were there, they must be revived. There are industries in Butterworth, IFEMs, there are so many And at the time, employment was at least favoring communities. Because whether you are educated or you are not, those industries were able to train our people. So we are saying as our industries must rule. And also we have noticed Ndobana agriculture that is also assisting has been taken aside. We are saying that agriculture is the future. If we can look at a situation that the whole world is facing now, as in South Africa, we need to really focus on agriculture so that we produce our own food and we don't depend on imports.
1 minute left.
Yeah, we are saying there was also Imagwati plantation at Mhlaba and the many irrigation schemes that were there. But we are also concerned that there are, while we are talking about the future industries, we see many industries like firms closing. There are so many companies that are closing here in Eastern Cape, but we are also having this, so we need to see, Ndobana, how do we then bring a balance? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Call upon Chris Hani. Can we please have Nelson Mandela and Alfred Nzo taking up these chairs? Now continue.
Oh, thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. My name is Andisile Nzoto Pambila. We're here is Chris Hani on the future industries and skills gap. Most of our land in Chris Hani is rural and is characterized by agriculture, used by farming. As you know that if you go to Chris Hani, you will know that there are many quarries there, illegally Ninzi, and also in Indwe, we've got a coal mine that is there, which can also create employment. We have what we call the land, hence unekala that is growing there, which is alu. There's a wool production that is there in Chris Hani. The challenge is that factories that are there, which is in Shiloh and also Esbeleni, are closed and vandalized, and some have been taken over by foreign nationals, and they are producing fake bricks there to build our houses. And these were factories that were owned by ECDC, were leased to Chinese that were employing our people, and our people were able to produce clothes for ourselves there in those. Now, currently, we're exporting all these clothes, hence there is a lack of O'Shane. Sizibiza ngoShane nangotemu zize apha country kanti besizenza alapha. And also we want to say there are spaza shops as Konapa, which is the local economy has been taken over by foreign nationals. And these people umntu vula isaluni in the next 3 months
1 minute left.
or ehamba nge-Mercedes Benz. And also see elilitye the days being exported to Durban kuyokwenziwa cement. We call upon the government to ensure that we've got also EBC that is there. We ought to train young people to participate in the local economy and ensure that the curriculum that young people are enrolled to in the institution of higher learning, they include agriculture, and ensure that by investing with farming in young people. And we have these challenges because we are saying to the government of Eastern Cape, you must be ensured that the revitalization of factories to ensure that agriculture products are being processed here in the Eastern Cape, and also make sure even bakeries are in the locals where abantu ba consumer izinto abazenza ngokwazo ngokwabo phayana in those rural areas. And also we are here also to say all municipalities ought to tighten their bylaws in order to ensure that they reduce the opening of illegal spaza shops
Time
and
up,
ensure
Honourable
that
Speaker.
traditional farmers to be trained and equipped and then professional to meet demands and state land to be released to
Time
the local
up,
farmers.
Honourable
Thank you very
Speaker.
much.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My apologies, Amatole. Can you please come forward? Amehlo nkungu apho.
Amandla. Honorable Chair, I think ngizawuqala ndikhole wena into order for utsiba igama lami. Undenza ndihlale phansi ndincumela abantu ixesha elide kangaka. Okwesibini, ndicela uku-acknowledge in special way uComrade Zodwa Gqirhana. Amandla leadership. Eke ndibuye ndizawubulisa kuwe Nkulumbuso tata Oscar Mabuyane. Enkosi kakhulu. Bendike ndamamela i-podcast ka Walsh Mpofu. Interviewer umama unale Dipando. A reflector on the work that she has done as a minister. One of the things that she said, or one of the departments that she said she was proud of, was the Department of Science and Technology. Now, it got me to think, as I talk about these thematic areas, she talk about skills development, and yet we are always followers, we are never leaders. She said in that department, she competed with Amazwa Makulu, who have been in that industry for quite a long time, and she succeeded. But Tina, what are we succeeding on? Asinoibaleka into yobangaba sikwi era ye fourth industrial revolution, and that as robotics and mechanics sithetha ngazo apha, they are going to come into effect. But what are we doing to upskill our people to ready them for that period, or for this period? In the Rubicon speech by one of the former apartheid presidents, one of the things that he said was that ayikho into enokwenziwa ngabantu abamnyama ngcono abantu abamhlophe ingekuko ujiva usela nokwenza abantwana. We are proving these people right. We are proving these people right because asomelezwa to compete with the rest of the world. Now, we are very good at mentioning numbers, bringing statistics on the table, but what are we doing with those statistics? Basically, Comrade Parks, there are about 60% youth unemployed, and most of us have alluded to that, but there is nothing that is being done. Professor Brian O'Connell, may his soul rest in peace, usanda usoleka ngoku UWC, when he first addressed us as students, uthe sifika pha siyofundela these fancy programs that most of us never complete. But institutions of higher learning are not there to train abantu for employment, but they're there to prepare thinkers. Now, sine FET colleges, all these other institutions of higher learning, as the preparation abantu for ukubanga bayoqashwa. Not all of us are going to make it through education. That we have to think of. Now, okokugqibela, ndinomtshana uLinomtha, he's 10 years old. I had to take him all the way to Cape Town for him to see a psychologist sesikolo. Ndisuke komani mina ekhaya. There was no psychologist who could assist him so that afumane indawo ezaba right for yena to get his skills. We need to make sure that as the skills this case sithetha ngazo apha are provided and abantu are upskilled for those skills. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Nelson Mandela.
Good morning, Chairperson. All protocols follow. My name is Dion Tarantal from Nelson Mandela Bay. From Nelson Mandela Bay, we stress the point that as the automotive hub, we saw in the last 3-4 years that we had a lot of load shedding all over the world. South Africa, if we put it that way. But what does the industries do to develop our youngsters or be prepared when it comes to load shedding? How do we invest back in our communities? We stress the fact that CETAS doesn't spend money, but yet we are the trade unions who sit and discuss this with management in boardrooms and NLFs. How can we go back and invest that money back into our youth outside there? The second point is, we see that in the Eastern Cape, we have two big harbors, marine economy. We don't filter into that. Nelson Mandela Bay University is the front runner when it comes to education, when it comes to marine economy. But you don't see nobody of any municipality invest or partner up, sign of MOAs with the Nelson Mandela University to say, we try to invest with our interns, get interns in, because if it starts to develop, we will have people, and then we're going to cry again saying that we got people from Saldanha Bay, we'll get people from Mossel Bay, because those are people that invest in that economy. This is a time for us as unions and as labor, we need to stand up to those guys and keep them accountable to make sure that these opportunities that are there, that we seize it together, because now we're sitting outside and we want to blame, but yet we're same in the same conference room. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Alfred Nzo.
Rebecca Mabute again in continuation. Ndicela uthetha isiXhosa mhlambe ndizokwazi ulibamba ixesha.
Fellow screeches. Screecher.
Oh, ndikuvile Nkosi. Besenikhe ndathetha ke before, but I wanted to just highlight uba xa ndisithi lack of proper administration is what we are suffering from up in the province. It's impeding the province towards advancing and adapting in future industries. Infrastructure development, into ebefamba siyayenza, sisiqinisekise ngayo. Ugqiba kutsho umthetho apha phambi kwam uba sine marine industry nyhani that we're not taking advantage of. We've got a very huge coastal line, Eastern Cape, but we only have one harbour, for instance. So bekufana uba ngokuna siyathetha ngokuba sithini na ngokuthi take advantage. We have indawo esezibonakalisiwe like eBizana, for instance, where mining kuye kwathiwa yindawo into engenzeka to make sure uba Eastern Cape lena can move towards being a metro at the end of the day, former Transkei region. So we are talking about, we want to do these things and kumnandi uthetha, but what are we really doing on the ground? Siyacela urhulumente makakhe athi capitalize kwi-agriculture and mining infrastructure nakwi-maritime infrastructure as well. Enze sure uba njema esenza lento uyathetha na-Department of Education avule ezi School of Technologies and make sure uba nyhani abantwana baya-capacitated towards this. Reskilling ithethiwe ngayo nayo. It's very important because we cannot do away with experienced labor. Noba zingafikana nezi robots, they still need umntu who knows what to do at the end of the day. And akufani nokusebenza nomntu, zikhona izinto that cannot be replaced by robotics and AI. So sicela a concerted effort by all principals to work together to ensure that the labor market is utilized effectively and efficiently by recruiting the people through adherence to fair labor practices, and skilled labor is there and it is unemployed. We currently have 47 unemployed teachers.
1 minute left.
UKZN alone. How much more in other provinces? Reskill these teachers and open these schools of technologies. They have the required skills and knowledge, and they have the required skills and knowledge, and they're only made to report kubantu who don't have them. And that's the problem with our superiors at the end of the day. Because of cronyism, because of nepotism, and all the corrupt practices there's corner right now. So you find that ngona sithetha kakhulu, but we're not really doing proper house cleaning on the ground. Siyacela ke ngona to be able to address the skills gap, you need to capacitate these current employees with the necessary skills, and also ensure uba nabantu who are heading these employees but they've got the necessary skills and qualifications. We are talking about skilled labor up because at the end of the day, kunanamhlanje 30 years into democracy, tina our raw materials here sizithathe sizise ngaphandle kwe-country, then ziya-refinwa zilungiswe zizophinde zothengisela kwathina. Why are we not taking advantage of our manufacturing sector that way? Why are we not boosting that sector so that nalapho we'll be able to create more jobs and more employment opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will now move to the next thematic area, Secretary, please read the next order.
Beyond COVID-19 and atypical employment.
Thank you. We will call upon our first speaker. Actually, there's two speakers there, Dwayeti and Songwiki. Thank you. Thank you for that. From SPDM.
Greetings, honorable members. The topic for today is very sad. And
Closer to your mic, please.
it's a very sad topic and very sore. It has left homes closed and abantwana bengenabazali. Abantwana kwanyanzeleka into yoba bazikhangelele indlela yokuphila. Sithi ke ngoku urhulumente walapha ephondweni makazame indlela zovula imisebenzi. Make plans with those kids that are living in the streets, even if uba provide skills, wenzela bebe nento, bame nento kuphila. Okay. Economic backlash as unemployment skyrocketed and crime increased, leading to extortion and robberies. Use of technology increased with people working remotely, employing applications like Zoom, Google, etc. Computer skills and knowledge become relevant in the introduction of fourth industrial revolution and artificial intelligence.
Sorry, honorable member, to interrupt you, seeing that there's two of you all that are going to speak. No, continue there. We will give you 1.5 minutes, 1.5 minutes. That is what I've been told. You may continue.
Okokugqibela, how best can government of Eastern Cape assist those street vendors so that they can earn a living? I think the grant, the 350 is not enough. And also, people think that those people are lazy, although they are not lazy. Please, Honorable Mabiane, do something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Honorable Premier, Incinile, 1.5 minutes. The Sarah Parkman district was heavily affected by COVID-19, as was the rest of the country. Although the virus has not completely dissipated, we are now looking at the post-peak era of the virus. Our aim is to look at the post-effects of the virus within both public and private sector, health sector. And we've collected the data that shows that 86 public and 18 private sectors institutions that existed in our province or within our province, according to the report made by the National Institute of Communicable Disease, a total of 202 healthcare workers died during the pandemic in the Eastern Cape. Of this number, 161 of them
30 seconds left, honorable member.
Comrades, mine will be this now. I will talk of the post effects, the trauma that the workers, more especially the health sector, were affected by the COVID-19. There's still vacancies that are there that are not filled, Honorable Premier. There are still care workers that were frontline workers that they did not get enough what they deserve because they played a vital role in ensuring that our lives are safe.
Time up, honorable member.
Care workers. We are saying, Premier Baban Mabakeshwe, the community care workers, Onompilo. It's time for them now to be absorbed. For some of them, they've been there in the system for more than 20 to 15 years. All that they get is UIF money, which is not enough. Mandla.
Thank you, honorable member. We will call upon Joe Gabi, O.R. Tambo, and PCM in that sequence. Please introduce yourself, honorable member.
Oh, again, I'm Xoliswa Motloi from Jogabi District Municipality. On this point of beyond COVID-19 and atypical employment, we have identified maybe some points will concur with what the latter speakers just said. The fact that the workforce was grossly affected emotionally, psychologically, and physically. But we never heard of anything that government did in terms of doing a follow-up post the pandemic, in terms of checking the workforce, are they all fine, and taking it further to post-traumatic counseling, because we feel that after COVID, we continued as everything is normal, yet people were sick, and there are still scars that are time and again coming up as a result of COVID. So we appeal that government needs to do an in-depth investigation in terms of how its workforce was affected by COVID-19. And then another thing is we've lost a lot of our colleagues, our workers, and it's in many cases, they were not replaced, but the workload is still the same or even more. So we appeal that that be looked at, every post that was created by a loss of a worker. Thank you. And then another thing is there was something that says some of the workers, we understand that they are essential services, but at a time like the time of COVID, where everyone is affected in the same manner, how do you differentiate and say this one qualifies for an allowance and this one does not? Yet the same people were affected, all of them. So we are saying that has got a potential of being divisive amongst the
You have
workers.
less than
So
1
it
minute
needs
left.
to be addressed. In conclusion, we are saying pandemic was COVID-19 was not the last pandemic. There will be others that will come in different ways. But we are saying government must be on the alert now, making sure that there are funds set aside for tackling these challenges, and also that our facilities are upgraded so that they can be able to stand the test of times. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Call upon O.R. Tambo.
Enkosi, hlala ngaphambili. All protocol observed. Igama nguPhumla, isename ngumzansi, ngisuka e-OR Tambo. Because of 3 minutes ke maswagwale swahuqa ngelithi sibonile COVID bayenze ntoni, ngeke singene in details. And comrade Parks uchilo wathi more than 80% of abantu base South Africa, they don't have medical aid. What we're saying is OR Tambo is that absorption of community health care workers must be primary thing efanele biyenziwa by government wethu. Inyaniso emsulwa ethi onomakhaya umsebenzi wabo kuqinisekisa into yokuba bafumaneka apho i-community khona. We know what happened at the time of COVID, that government wafanele spend more money okuqinisekisa uba kwakhiwa okanye kuthenga ibhedi okanye kwenziwa anything ezokwazi accommodate abantu ababene infection. But if bekukhona onomakhaya bekwazi ukuba service very close, and the problem is akuzuphela kwesigulo soba khona, as long that, and also into yonomakhaya inayo ne advantage ethi izosho incedise nakwezi issues ze medical legals, because if we as analyze kahle zisuka kakhulu entweni edibene nabantwana. Umntana khange ahoyeke esasesibelekweni kumamakhe will have problems ezifana ne medical legal. Zezonye zezinto esithi ke thina as OR Tambo, our government, especially in the Eastern Cape, makaqinisekisa that uyakhawulezisa into yoku-absorbwa kwe-community healthcare workers. Eyokugqibela, Chair, OR Tambo and Afrenzo, by
1 minute left.
by pilot site for NHI. We are here to say, masiqinisekisa that OR Tambo and Afrenzo, there is a time frame ezobekwa, and the committee that will involve also is stakeholders like the labor, the community, to make sure that both of those regions zikwi standard is right for NHI. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Member. PCM.
Greetings, Program Director. My name is Kanye, so name is Mkolozelwa from PCM. Goba Comrade Kula sithetha ngexesha le-injury time, but I think you must, as PCM, emphasize the fact that the work of this parliament, workers' parliament, must be taken serious, and that there must be an annual, if not quarterly, review of the work that is taken here, so that it does not end, Comrade Kura, as a talk shop. Secondly, how do we protect workers whilst ensuring sustainable livelihood in referring to COVID-19 and beyond? There are 2 points that we want to advocate there. That COVID-19 has taught us that we can operate from our homes. But the only thing, Honorable Premier, that is needed is to have a monitoring tool to make sure that we remain productive whilst in our homes, so that we don't find ourselves having to go to work for the register only. We can operate from work, and that has been, we have been told by the COVID-19. Secondly, we want to reiterate and advocate for the visit of state buildings that is operator kuyo singabasebenzi. If you can go to any department, and I won't say uthumele labor, because now labor itself kule ngxaki. Into yokubana si operator ku building as vulnerable to the same communicable diseases that were during COVID-19. And there's nobody members ngicofama izawuphinda ibethe impembe xa isizayo esinye isifo se-COVID-19, but zizawufika sona kuphele naza zinto okuthiwa sanitizers kwi-department zethu. Umxakatho uthotyiwe. We're calling that it Department of Labor must inspect each and every building to make sure that it adhere to the standards as required. Also, we can't be a state that is crying of fiscal of imali ephelayo, but we're still popping, because just readers building, popping imali kweza ndawo, and ibe standard singafumani singafumani yes. Also, Chair, the last point from PCM is that COVID-19 has told us health education and primary care is the key to prevent us from diseases. I don't know why if we're very serious that we want to have about protected and about productive under the theme of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now call upon Amatole.
Thank you, Chair. Lubabalo Ngunge from ADM. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught us many lessons. Among those lessons, to remotely work from home. This exercise needs to be explored, as it will cut high rental cost that is bankrupting our sector, and it is hindering the employment rate. The sector has lost huge number of workers during the pandemic. As a result, a vacuum of vacant positions has been left. Some of our institutions cannot fill these positions due to financial constraints. We have seen huge amount of monies inappropriately leaving public coffers. We are hoping that Chapter 9 institutions like Auditor General and other law enforcement, will be fast in ensuring accountability and recouping back the monies that has left our coffers inappropriately, so that we employ workers within our sectors. Lastly, Chair, but not least, I would like to conclude by saying the time to professionalize this sector, Madam Speaker, it is now. We must unite in eradicating all negative barriers hindering the progress of both local and provincial government. The low-hanging fruits must be let down to fall, because this sector is suffering because of the people who does not bring in their weight upon our sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now go to CHDM. Chrisani.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to observe all protocols in the House. My name is Fezeka Mzauziwa Umaga Istuko. Yes. COVID-19 has proved to the world the lack of unpreparedness to employer to deal with natural disasters and health pandemics. It exposed significant gaps in the workplace. However, at the same time, it ushered in a new era in the conventional approach to work. It introduced the concept of work from home, as well as the hybrid of approach to ensure that employment still continues with minimal disruption. As Chrisani's district municipality, before I go to recommendations, there are challenges that my fellow comrades, most of them have mentioned already. I'm not gonna go deep to them, but isibonisile ukuthi when COVID-19 is happening, like for instance, some companies closed and could not respond adequately to the risk challenges that the pandemic posed. Some companies were forced to close in their operations as they had no mitigating plans in place for unconventional means of productions. And then most workplaces were found to be lacking in terms of personal protective equipment for its staff. But now we do have resolutions based on this. Our government must have a clear legislation in place to respond and source workers and secure workers' jobs during natural disasters or health pandemics. Please, all employers.
You have less than 1 minute.
All employers, that is government and private, should have a pandemic or natural disaster response plan in place as a requirement. And technology gadgets must be introduced in the workplace and training to be done to ensure that production continues even under pandemic, meaning we are service delivery forecast, but by your employer, we are available to work. And the post of those employees that passed on must be filled with immediate effect, and the lack of recruitment of these is tantamount and to retrenchment. There is this thing of akuqeshwa.
Time up, Honorable Member.
Cela bantu ba replace where we lost people during the pandemic, but they've never been replaced. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Nelson Mandela, right?
Afternoon, comrades. This is Lindile Kakwebe from Nelson Mandela. Transformation of work and employment relations, COVID-19 and beyond. The crisis prompted various responses by industrial relations, stakeholders to protect livelihoods and well-beings. The world of work has been transformed by COVID-19 pandemic, and it threatened the public health and caused prompted economic and social disruptions. Globally, COVID-19 prompted a loss of working hours, unemployment, and job insecurity. Businesses closed, inflation and supply chain disruption, all of which prompted poverty and inequalities. And all that now is left with our government to redress. But in a way, employers got a kind of a relief when this thing came, because when we had to work from home, the employers were relieved from stolen toilet papers in the workplace. And us as unions were relieved because Sita Bekotosa cases. Just stolen, you see. So, comrades staying at home, it's sometimes, yeah, sometimes it was bad, but sometimes it was a relief. Yeah. At homes also there was a relief because comrade Tatan these positions. If you remember, COVID, it was
1 minute
and
left.
we had to take over, you see. And then, inhlabe ezindala azikho kungena inhlabe entsha, you know, so COVID had those things. But comrades, sayiphinda when it comes to redressing all those problems, employment of lama comrades, ICA workers, it becomes key, comrades, because we've lost a lot of people on that time. So we really need, but comrades, there's also another thing. I don't know if maybe we have to take these comrades from, because whenever there's a negative thing that is happening, like if we say now there's nothing happening after COVID, like to redress that, you see the fingers are pointing at the government. But when I look at it as a shopkeeper there, also in our department.
Time up. Thank you, Honorable Member. We call upon Alfred Nzo to take the podium.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to, on account of the time given to us, to say protocol observed. COVID has taught us a number of things that we should take care of, and as a result, it has also capacitated us on a number of issues that we should develop and upskill our knowledge and information. We have saved a lot as unions and federations in conferences where we are holding our conferences on IT. That was a very serious call for us to develop on IT. But on the issue of our education system, we did not become aware that it is also calling for us to review our syllabus, to the review and the implementation of health education system in order to capacitate the life skills that we are having as a subject. In addition to that, the inflow of people from outside coming into our country cannot be matched with the number of people that have been taken away by COVID. We allow too many people to come into our country, actually mesmerizing almost everything. They are not even checked out as to how healthy they are when they come into our country. And they come with the drugs which are also a very dangerous cause of many serious diseases that we are experiencing as a province as well as a country.
1
These
minute
things
left,
should
Honorable
be taken
Member.
care of. If we take care of these people that are coming into our country and only invite those that are coming to incapacitate us with the necessary skills for better development and upgrading our skills and development, then we will be in a better state of knowing very well what we need. Even with the case of unemployment, then our people will be employed. We are actually allowing everybody even to come with the skills that we already have to come within our country. What for? If we don't need the skills, we don't need those people. People that are getting into our country, what they are bringing in should be valued, should be checked. What are you bringing? What is it that you are bringing to our country as you come?
Time up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before I ask the Secretary to read the next order, it has been noted that the speakers from regions are the same speakers all the time. If it's possible, can they be changed so that we can see other faces as well? We will now move to the next thematic area. Secretary, please read the next order.
Economic sustainability of the province amid the scourge of criminal syndicates.
Thank you, Secretary. We will now call upon Honorable Hoza from SPDM.
All protocol observed. It is a privilege for me to debate in this Parliament of the advanced detachment of the working class. In this debate, we shall consider the economic stability of the province amid scourge of criminal syndicate. The introduction of two-pot system is the best of times. The taxation of the two-pot system makes the worst of times for the workers. The introduction of the minimum wage is the best of times. The relief offered by the Reserve Bank monetary policy in decreasing the interest rates by 25 basis points is the best of time. Motorists have received a relief fund in the decline of fuel prices for 4 consecutive months. However, the working class living below the poverty in line is the worst of times. The triple challenges of the unemployment, poverty, inequality continue to haunt us in this province. Unemployment in our country has reached worrying stages. It would be wrong if we were to think that there is nothing done about this situation. Honorable Speaker, you must commend the Premier of the province for his efforts of growing the economy of our province. Our economy will benefit from his mobilization of investment for the province. The support that small, medium, micro enterprises receive from government is amazing. The Honorable Premier is growing the inclusive economy where women, youth, and people living with disability will benefit. The road construction across our province to not only create employment for young people, but also those transport economy. Agriculture, tourism, automotive sectors of our economy are very important in building the economy we want. The establishment of the new TVET college that will focus on agriculture is commendable. Honorable Speaker, crime is a major threat.
1 minute left.
The economy. Crime affects the gross domestic product of the province. The growing criminal syndicate in the province is chasing away investors. In order for companies to do business in our province, they need to be willing to invest in high cost of security. Businesses in Tata had to close down because of the protection fee syndicate. This does not kill the economy, but also disrupt the livelihood of the people from Tata and Kabeja. The Honorable Premier and the Provincial Commission must be recommended for their swift intervention on the matter. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the people of this province must take charge of their lives and their communities. They must not allow criminals to win. They must work with the police to ensure that criminals are off our streets. They must form part of community policing forum. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Joe Kabi.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nokpiwa Augusti. I'm from Shokabi. As we all know that this province is a poor and a rural province, due to the fact that we don't have mining sectors, our economy drives on mainly on farming. As workers we are saying, this government of the Eastern Cape must build more agricultural colleges so that youth can acquire skills, especially on farming. Again, we are saying tourism is another economic driver in this province. Government must invest in this sector to create jobs and also develop small businesses financially. Government must stop privatization and casualization and outsourcing, especially on cleaning and security services, using the strategic departments like economic affairs. This department must develop and also support small businesses financially. Public Works must implement a PWP policy to create permanent jobs. We are also saying Dr. Damas roll out programs ezizawukwazi ukufundisa abantu ngokulima, zikwazi futhi ukusupplya i-communities zethu nge-seeds. We are also saying, as this province, we need to strengthen programs of training, street committees, CPFs, ensuring awareness on our communities to fight crime. As this province, again, we also need to upgrade the safety on our borders and strengthen measures to prevent
1 minute left.
Stock theft and avoid illegal immigration. We also need to strengthen relations between law enforcement, especially in the SADC countries esondelene kuzo. Ngoba into yenzekayo imfuyo iyabiwa apha Eastern Cape ihambe iyeLesotho kube ngathi akwenzekanga nto. We need to improve intelligence because currently the one that we are having is very weak. Abantu bayakwazi ukubribe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Call upon O.R. Tambo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to everyone. Nganga nensibazayo. Honorable Chair, I will try to speak my own language.
You're welcome.
Njenge O.R. Tambo Chair, see any areas that are being affected by the matter, a criminal syndicate, more especially in fact, in almost all the areas that we're having there. Criminal syndicates that affect O.R. Tambo, they affect economic development and economic growth. We talk of businesses that are living there because people can't see the profit that they are making in their businesses because of criminals that are working. We believe that they are working directly with most, we call them white-collar criminals. The ones that are respected by the country, then we call them, most of them, they are called to be politicians, and some of them are respected people. And we call upon that the government must fight against the scourge of that crime. We are also having a problem that we are saying government must take care of when nepotism, more especially with municipalities. We are saying makube khona umthetho opasiswayo to say nepotism must be a criminal offense, that people must be charged. Because if we allow people to continue doing such things, they cause problems within the employment space and cause many problems esifacing nazo kwindawo esiphangela kuzo. We would want to further suggest that to our current government, not only
1
the
minute
province,
left.
but also nationally, to say umcimbi we colleges zokutrainwa kwamapolisa zokutrainwa kuba bonke abantu batrainwa ku-security class makuqinisekiswe nge-syllabus that is used there, whether it's still relevant for the people that are going to protect our country. Because the problem that we see is the fact that seemingly they can't respond to the current challenges the crime is facing in Azo as a country. And also we're saying, Chair, Honorable Chair, let's try by all means to protect the little things that we're having. Umzekelo was saying, Chair, the country must make it a point that abantu abaqinisekisa into yoba kuthathwa izindlu zikarhulumente, urhulumente must make sure into yoba there are protection that is made kweza properties, and as properties urhulumente maka-employ more security force that is going to protect those buildings, because those buildings were assisting government in for uba makakwazi ukugenerate more
Time
funds
up.
and masibulele Chair nakwesingafikanga kuzo sawufika ngenye imini. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We call upon PCM.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker. All protocol observed. CPCM, city, the provincial economy cannot be sustained under the current situation of criminal syndicates. The issue of extortion is leading to the closure of businesses, especially in areas like Mhlaba and Gqeberha. And if businesses in these areas are closing, and there is nothing done to mitigate this, it will also spread to other areas. People now are discouraged, or they are even scared to open businesses because they fear they will have to share their profit with criminals. If there are no businesses, if there are no new businesses in the province, and the existing ones are closing, this means the economy of the province will continue to suffer, and it will mean that the government will be the only main driver of employment, and that will never be sustainable in terms of the economy. In any country, province or city, economy can never be sustainable or can never grow if government is the only driver of that economy. We need small and medium businesses to thrive in order for the economy to grow. So we cannot grow the economy and fight unemployment if we do not have thriving small businesses and medium businesses. The province will continue to lose skilled workers to other provinces, and also will continue to lose entrepreneurs to other provinces, and these people will help to grow economy in new provinces.
1 minute left.
Government should do more to fight criminal syndicates. Crime intelligence should work overtime to curb this case. Army should also be brought in and be deployed to extortion hotspot areas like Mhlaba and Gqeberha. Honorable Speaker, there is a general fear in the province that even ordinary workers will be targeted by these criminal syndicates if government does not act swiftly to address the situation. Even nathi singabasebenzi nezi wages zethu zincinci sizawuzibona sizi-targets uba kuthi hayi kaniboleke nje 5,000 kule mali yakho kwenzela uba le Mitsubishi yakho sikwazi uba siyi-protect nale ndlu yakho lo 2 rooms sikwazi uba sim-protect, otherwise if awuyenzi loo nto leyo izaba khona ingxaki. So we call on ke government makasincedise kakhulu kule nto ye criminal syndicates.
Time
Thank
up.
you. Thank you, Chair.
We call upon Amatole.
Mandizibulisele kwakhona kuwe Chair nakuwe Nkulumbuso. Khange besazichaza kuqala igama lami ndingulubabalo Hoho, uGxarha, uVambane, uMahlahlana, uSiyoyo. Bese kuchiwo kodwa our economy is dwindling and it's not growing, and it's been a while now that it has not been growing. Kuthiwe singavuya xa inofika ku 1%, whereas in the past ibihamba iyofika nako 5% under leadership katata uThabo Mbeki. Now we have become a country that applauds mediocrity, whereas we don't improve kwizinto esizenzayo. We must always strive for top achievement. Okwesibini, we've heard in the media that our province has undergone a recession in the last quarter. I'm sure uNkulumbuso xa responda uzawukasicacisele banzi ngalomba. Now ithi ke ngokulento kuzaba nzima uba sithi we want to sustain a failing economy, because once we are in recession, that means our economy is failing. So this means that even this thematic area should have been termed improving e-economy, not sustaining. We can't sustain failure. Kwakhona, we are going to acknowledge, I am going to acknowledge umsebenzi that we have seen kumakhasi onxibelelwano owenziweyo in the Eastern Cape, whereby leadership has tried by all means to attract investment, basically investors in the province, but as gains we are not going to enjoy them as long as we are still crying about corruption, especially in the government departments and also
1 minute left.
Nakuma masipala bethu. Ndiphangela elalini. In that village that I work in the past 3 months, there have been 3 shootings in different incidences. In one of the incidences, 2 young people lost their lives, bedutyulwa lipolice. Another incident was a foreign national who was shot by other foreign nationals. Ngenxa yebusiness le bayenzayo. We are seeing a rise in shootings in villages. Zizinto esiziqhela ezilokishini nakwiilokishi ezinkulu. Now, this is becoming a concern that our government needs to pay attention to. One wonders sometimes ukuba njengoba icrime ikhulanga ngapha eSouth Africa, ingaba urhulumente yena akakho involved na, because you see indlela ahamba kade ngayo to address these issues, whereby ezinto they should be nipped in the bud zisaqala. Andifuni kungatsho ke njengamsebenzi ukuba le crime syndicate iqala kwa urhulumente. Le nto yale two-pot system nendlela ekutekswa ngayo abantu i-crime, and ndifuna ubona ngolo hlobo. And okwesibini,
time up.
Inkosi kakhulu. Okwesibini, omasipala mabayeke ucollector i-revenue for i-services abangazi-offerishiyo. Abantu mabayeke ubhataliswa izinto.
Time up, honorable member.
Inkosi kakhulu.
Now we call upon Krisani. Krisani. And next will be Nelson Mandela. And then it will be Alfred Nzo. I had requested honorable members to sit here in the front when they are next to speak. Are you coming for one region? So it's 1.5, 1.5.
Greetings to the House, the Honorable Premier, all protocol observed. My name is Sam, my surname is Smith, coming from Feduta. We're dealing with the thematic number 5, economic sustainability of the province amid the
the sort of criminal syndicate. Our submission is the misuse of funds by politicians, high rate of crime and businesses, protection fees, compromised tender processes, supplier subsidy houses, policy, patient-centric healthcare, damaged buildings. The challenges which we have established in Chris Honey is the following. The politicians with economic power are greedy and do not contribute to economic prosperity. Tenderpreneurship distribution is not conducted fairly. The problem of protection fee has a negative effect on economic sustainability since business are closing and people are losing jobs. Others are killed for failing to pay the crooks' protection prices. The issue of municipalities outsourcing resources put a strain on the municipality instead of keeping money. They pay other corporations increasing their wealth. And in many situations, they only use one company rather than a variety. Subsidy houses must also be assessed. How does the legislation ensure that work policies are implemented and followed in the workplace? Frontier Hospital is packed
30 seconds left.
Yes, Frontier Hospital is packed with patients who are intended to be treated at Komani Hospital, and those patients outnumber. Frontier Hospital patients cause delays in their health care and disorder. We want the government to repair the burned buildings. Over to my comrade lady.
Mandibulise kumntu wonke olapha ukwenzela ndingaphazami ngokwezikhundla abantu abakuzo ndibulisa kumntu wonke ngokulinganayo nokudlulelana. Sicela urhulumente ajonge umcimbi wokuba i-economy yaseChris Hani ingakhula njani. Kuyo yonke indawo ephaya enespace kugcwele amatayari. Siyarhalela uqonda bana ezimoto inoba ziyalungiswa zivelaphi ngala matayari ngoba siboni umuntu uqashiweyo kwezi ndawo zigcwele amatayari kubantwana bethu. Okwesibini kugcwele indawo ezithengisa ifish esingayazi noba mhlawumbe le fish ivelaphi because akho bantwana bethu esicinga fana babaqashiwe phaya. Urhulumente sicela azithi revisit ezo zinto. Umuntu lo benithetha kunye naye apha already sephakamisile into ukuthi eFrontier kunezigulane eziphazanyiswa ngabantu abafanele abahlali eKomani Hospital. Aba bantu bahleli eKomani
Unemizuzwana ngamachumi amathathu echiyekileyo.
Aba bantu bahleli eKomani Hospital bakwamasipala kuba umasipala uchile itown hall ingakwazi ulungiswa. Sicela urhulumente aprioritize ukulungiswa kwetown hall so that aba bantu bangaguliyo baseKomani Hospital bakwazi bayosebenza kule ndawo bafanele babahlale kuyo. So that aba bagulayo aphazamisekileyo engqondweni bahleli eFrontier bade baphele beluma namanesi phaya angakhuselikanga ngenxa yabantu abaphazamisekileyo.
Ixesha liphelile.
Enkosi tata sicela ke urhulumente ayiprioritize lonto kwakamsinya. Enkosi.
Thank you, honorable members. Now we call upon Nelson Mandela Bay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Arends. I'm from Nelson Mandela Bay. I'll go straight to the points. Crime targeting workers. It is an open secret that the Eastern Cape has been the center of criminal elements, which have also found their way into the working environment. We have experienced crime targeted to EMS, emergency services, personnel, and in our hospitals and clinics, from robberies to burglaries, and the rate of prosecution of these criminals is next to none. We have requested an urgent need to beef up securities, which is also based on a risk assessment made. This is not only to protect the workers, but also to protect the assets of these workplaces. Uniform. The public service has embarked on a mission to professionalize the sector. However, we have been struggling even more to agree to the uniform within the health sector for all these years. The NHI is focusing on accessing for all to the health services, focusing on primary health as the key driver of this implementation. However, we are faced with a challenge of non-renewals of contracts for outreach-based employees across the province, but are being exploited by contracts which defeats the purpose of job security and strong support system for primary health re-engineering strategy. Protection of the workers' rights to collective bargaining.
1 minute left.
While this public service is being transformed and professionalized, the need is to minimize service legal agreement. The two-pot system. This was indeed the idea of the workers, and the principle was that ridding workers of the burden of debt, but the moralities of its application are totally different. Therefore, without reservation, calls for it to be amended, and we will not encourage our workers to fall in this current trap. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will now call upon Alfred Nso.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the House at large, with all protocol observed. My name is Tumelo Setati, and I'm from Alfrenzo. In the Eastern Cape, sustainable local economic development faces numerous challenges. Despite the potential of initiatives focused on carbon restoration and environmental sustainability, they often struggle to maintain long-term viability due to insufficient community involvement and the lack of sustainable practices. The dependence on welfare and limited economic opportunities further reinforces reliance, making it challenging for communities to escape from cycles of poverty and crime. Moreover, the government issues in the Eastern Province, such as poor service delivery, infrastructure deficits, impede economic growth and contribute to the migration of skilled labor to more prosperous provinces like Gauteng and the Western Cape. Sustained business commitment and agricultural trainings, meaning reopening previously vibrant farms and employ more people that will assist in sustaining and or building the provincial economic sustainability we want as the province. Invested funds should be monitored for more control and should be put in place in order to effect the monitoring of these invested funds. We should also check for the loopholes in our justice system and the Constitution as a whole. We believe that it affords criminal opportunity to outsmart it and use it to their advantage. We also believe that in order to strengthen the justice system, we need to also be afforded an opportunity to be able to amend the Constitution through creation and implementation of protective bills that will later be made into law and protect our economy in general, and in particular, the economy of our province, the Eastern Cape. Critically, the province of the Eastern Cape should by all means try to eliminate the
You
scourge.
have 1 minute left.
To eliminate the scourge and prevalent business extortion and construction mafias. The community should work tirelessly, hand in hand with the police, and they should report the extortionists to protect their communities and our province at large. To address the Eastern Cape province's economic sustainability challenges, it is critical to tackle high employment, systematic poverty, and the impact of criminal syndicates. Effective local economic development strategies that involve communities, enhance governance, and offer viable alternatives to crime are essential. The province can only achieve sustainable economic future through a united effort. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now, I will call upon the Federation leaders to come and do their presentation. They also have 3 minutes The federation leaders that will be coming up are as follows: Mr. Mosuli, Mlungiseleli Ngapai, Mr. Tandikolo Sontiki, okay, my apologies. I'm being informed that the Premier needs to rush somewhere. Now we would have to allow him to take the podium. Honorable Premier, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Program Director. I'm not rushing anywhere. But I think the program suggested that it is me, then there will be a response later on. Both program directors of the day, Comrade Masango and Comrade King, honorable members, Honorable Speaker and members of this august house, I say that today you are relegated to additional members somewhere in that corner. The leadership of trade union federations here, the Eastern Cape Public Service Commission, Commissioner, he was here. I think it was his first official assignment to Mr. Mapolisa. Congratulations to him. Comrade Matthew Parks, the guest speaker of today from NEDLEC, the all government official, distinguished guests, abasebenzi bonke abalapha namhlanje. Good afternoon. Use wamninzi kakhulu already namhlanje kule house, Comrade Gura. Ngoku bendike ndacinga uvena ingathi usebenze kakhulu nje yintoni ngo. Then I realized later the okanene lo mbala ubomvu ubuyele kubantu bawo. So ngoku ke nabo bayabona abanikazi bombala babakhona. Thank you very much for affording us this opportunity to contribute to this debate that ensued today. It was quite interesting to listen to all speakers speaking here. How I wish you would have been given 10 minutes at least. I can see abanye bebeyeka besanqaniwe. Masibulele somlomo lo mbono omhle kangaka wokusingatha iParliament yabasebenzi kweliphondo lethu. Ngawo lo nyaka mkhulu kangaka xa ilizwe lethu lonke libhiyozela iminyaka engamashumi amathathu enkululeko nolawulo lwentando yesininzi. Mandilitsho litsole elithi ngaphandle kwegalelo labasebenzi emzabalazweni ngesingenayo lenkululeko yedemocracy ineminyaka engamashumi amathathu ngoku. So abasebenzi mabaziqhwabele izandla ngegalelo labo. Elsewhere siyayazi thina okokuba they are the most dependable motive force in the National Democratic Revolution. The most dependable motive force. Immediately abasebenzi beba disorganized, ingxaki iba khona ekuqhubekiseni umzabalazo ubheke phambili. I've listened to you, Comrade Matthew, when you were speaking here, and it was interesting to say how we wish we can probably continue with the 5% we once enjoyed couple of years ago on growth, but still it was characterized as a jobless growth. And still we were on this side talking to it as an unfortunate situation resulted by gear and all that. So indeed in South Africa we must sit down. We must really sit down and look at us and begin to say collectively, when you speak about social compact, collectively, how are we able to protect and nurture the best things that we can have? It's almost now 20 years ago, from 1994. Had we probably kept that, and they would probably would have not had 1997, which resulted on what we saw and the removal of the former President Mbeki on the basis of this kind of serious antagonistic contradictions that were playing out in the public. Minutes, I think the Speaker raised the issue of the minutes here earlier. I think there was a decision in the leadership that the minutes of 5 years ago surely are obsolete now and definitely are outdated. But I think the point has been made that we should try our level best to have this on a continuous basis so that we can have a platform for reflection. And we will try our speaking to Speaker to say, Speaker, we've got to speak to Treasury and try to get some money, because organizing this, I don't want to speak about it. It can be blown out of proportion in the media, but it's not a small thing. Getting money to fund the activities like this, probably there must be some innovations around this. Let me help the speaker that spoke. Never mind that this was blown out of proportion. There's no money of government was spent to buy scooters. So there is no scooters anywhere, kept anywhere. The unfortunate part that happened on that is the factory that was here, which was exporting scooters to a number of countries like Rwanda, like other countries in Africa, closed down because of that unfortunate negativity which came up, and it was blown out of proportion. Workers lost jobs because workers themselves were shouting on the other side without proper facts. No 10 million was paid to any company for scooters. Scooters was a good idea that would have been now rolled out to assist the so-called community health workers to be able to drive around like anybody who's delivering food, as you see it in the urban areas. Medication is delivered by those motorbikes, by bicycles, like the postman that you used to see. So that idea was a good idea. That's why the then Minister of Education characterized it as the best thing that it should have been sustained, especially in the areas where the difficulty of access through the ambulances. So I think let's disabuse ourselves of wrong things as a province. Let's stop self-hate. So sometimes we chased away people who were coming to invest here to help us establish an international airport here, just a few kilometers from where we are, called Bulembo Official Airport. Everybody insulted that initiative as if it's the worst criminal thing that has ever happened. So those people left. When the former Premier of KZN visited that country and on her way back called me, say, hey, please, Premier, find time to go back there. We are not in good books in that country. And that country in 2018 committed $10 billion in signing with President of this country on his state visit in the country to say we have this $10 billion that would want to invest in South Africa, help South Africa to grow its economy. That was another initiative that we were basically exploiting. We wanted to establish an international cargo hub, improve our agriculture, because that country imports 90% of what they consume. Everything was by desert. So we were positioning ourselves like that. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that had to be, again, because of this negativity that our people like so much in the province. We've got to accept, colleagues, that globalization makes economic digitization inevitable for efficiency, e-commerce, e-governance. And it also helps our people to broaden their horizon. Akukho mntana wase Eastern Cape ofundela uphelele Eastern Cape. A child in Eastern Cape is no longer a migrant worker when she goes to Cape Town. She goes to South Africa. A child of Eastern Cape, when she goes to Gauteng, she's no longer a migrant. Only migrant workers were our fathers because they were forced. And this was deliberately underdeveloped so that they go and work in factories, firms, and mines. An educated person can work in New York, can work in London, can work anywhere in our country or in our world. That's why our foreign policy as a country is for stability in the world, is for peace in the world, so that we can see this prosperity. Unfortunately, the prosperity of South Africa is actually interlinked to the global economic world. We are still where we are because we suffered because of the 2008 a global economic meltdown. We've never recovered. To date, we're still struggling. When we're beginning to shape up, we were hit hard by the COVID-19. So these are real issues when we should be able to talk economics, and we must be talking about. That's why we are struggling to go back to the 5%, which was actually realized during President Thabo Mbeki, because these two major events knocked our economic down. The global economic meltdown of 2008, as well as what has happened through the so-called COVID-19. So unfortunately, if you go to a company called Alibaba, the company supplies the entire globe. We want them to come and set up. Most of you are buying things through internet and other things. These things are traveling across the world. They are delivered in your households, etc., etc. The company is in China. It's an innovation of young boys from China. The Jack Ma of the world today was just like any other boy there in Hangzhou, in China. Today is a global icon because of that particular company that he started. And that company is the best, amongst the best on e-commerce. We were talking to them when we were in China. We want them to set up, to have a kind of a data center here or a kind of a warehouse at this site as they distribute across the world. We have seen that they are still struggling to cross the Atlantic Ocean, but they are more on the North America as well as Europe as well as Africa. But we want them to move across the Atlantic Ocean using us as a base, this actually southern tip of Africa as a continent. ANC has instructed government to build a capable, ethical, and a developmental state. EXCO, that I was part of yesterday of this province, has again reiterated this call in instructing our government departments to say to everybody, we must be developmental. My appeal to all of you, because you are workers, my appeal to you, as you sit behind that computer, behind that desk, you must always have this mentality of being developmental. If something that needed to via through your desk and you delayed by a week or two for whatever reason, you must know someone outside the employment is losing a job, is not employed, whether you are not attending the BAC on the supply chain and you are part of the BAC and all that, because these are workers. That's why I still, Comrade Kura, need one worker, one employee to stand in front of me at politician so and so is interfering with tenders. Also politician, so because there is no politicians that is involved in the tendering system. So I want those, whether it's the mayor or whoever, I want someone to stand up, see every generalizer. We need to deal with crime, we need to deal with corruption and stop it.
Order, honorable members.
As long as we don't do that, we will forever be standing here talking about crime and corruption because we are generalizing it. We've got to stop it. Deal with elements involved on that crime and corruption and get rid of them. I can tell you, for the last 5 years, the number is growing up. People who are exiting the system. It is bad for someone like me who's a premier. Xa kufika umuntu phagura, kuthiwa mandisayinele uba uyagxothwa. Xa ndijonge iminyaka yakhe una 57, una 58 years. And I resist that. I resist that because of the same issues like these. This worker has done this, and that worker is not in this space. It is somewhere in a kind of a floor shop. So these things are happening, and we must go all out, inculcate this proper culture of responsibility and accountability, even in our members, to make sure that we all take responsibility about that. So, amahlathi aphelile akusekho ndawo yakuqasha. So on this issue, all of us, we must begin to stand up and confront and take the bull by its horn. On crime and extortion, I've said this point for the last 3 or so years. We want police to protect our community, to create a safer and free environment for our people. But we want soldiers, I want workers as they live, to go out and support us. We want soldiers in the Eastern Cape to come and protect Fiscus, Comrade Parks. We want soldiers. We've got major, something that has never happened here in this province for years, more than 50 years. Big catalytic projects that we are rolling out. Mzimvubu Dam, which was conceptualized in 1963, no government was willing to build it because that would have meant no people from Mhlonhlo, no people from Alfred Zo or Tambo or Christiani Joe Gabi would be willing to go to mines because that dam is a multi-purpose dam. It's a 20 billion dam. Now, if it would have been built at that time, our people would have been growing on agriculture, growing on tourism, growing on fishing and all that, but it was collapsed. Now that dam is being built, a first phase at 8 billion, it is now on site. But there are people called Damadela Ngokbona, construction mafias, who are disrupting the work that is being done. And I'm just saying to the president and the minister, please, soldiers must just come and camp here. They are not coming to anyone. Because we don't have police to run around. Police must run around chasing thugs, those who are in cash in transit and elsewhere. Soldiers must come and camp here so that no one wakes up and go there. There are people who come and say, I don't want any job. I want 30%. If you want 30% were 8 billion, what do you mean by that? That's thuggery. That's criminality. It must not be allowed by anyone. Let's commend and congratulate SABS on another breakthrough in Kobo. Yesterday, another 4 criminals are no more. They will never be. A month ago or a few weeks ago, 5 who stopped the N6 the whole day, N6 here, on cash in transit, ran away. No one knew where are they. Police traced them. Police found them. They shot at police. Police shot back, killed 5 of them on the spot here in Kiskamau. So now we've got 9 in 1 month. 9 criminals have been killed here. We're not encouraging this kind of killing people. And so in the Eastern Cape, I hear people talking about KZN, hey, we want Mkwanazi. Mkwanazi is killing, is a killing machine and all. So I can tell you, in the operations in the last 2 weeks or so that were done, the other one was done in Mount Elif, the other one was done here in Aidua, where police intercepted through the crime intelligence that there's a car from KZN carrying guns. Those ones were nabbed. The other one, the recent one here in Duikwa, when police found the R5 was already charged. They would have thought of actually fighting back to police, but they did it. And police don't kill anyone who don't shoot at police. But we said to police, nabani na ufaka isandla epokotini xa ipolice alisiza kuye lizombuza ubongibani. Noba bezawukhupha i-nail cut, noba bezawukhupha i-fish knife, noba bezawukhupha i-okapi. Police must deal with those criminals ruthlessly. So leyo ke into ayidlalisi. As I'm speaking here, MEC Ngata is in PE. From here, I'm joining him together with Minister Senzo Mchunu on our campaign to clean our streets, rid our streets of the criminals. We've done it in Amtata, and we're following it up. We're reclaiming the space. We're taking properties. So bakhona kabanye abahlala ezindlini zikahulumente nabasebenzi comrade Guru yabona abasixakwe apha kwindawo kuthiwa kuseRestina kwenye indawo sokhe izindlu zabantu abangenanto from the working class. Sifumanisa uba phaa ngaphakathi kukho abantu abahlala phaa abangamapolisa abangootitshala bazigrebhile ezaa zindlu kuba zintle izindlu ze-RDP abafuna uphuma kuzo ngoku. So sabakhupha aba bantu njengaba basemthatha abanye bathi hayi mna ndihleli apha for 30 years andinayo enye indawo. Sithi yiza uzokwenza i-lease agreement norhulumente, closed shop, so that uhlale ngokusemthethweni. Awuzuhlala endlini for 30 years ungathengi manzi ungathengi mbane isuka kurhulumente yonke loo mali leyo, but urhulumente cannot account for that. It can't be. So we're taking our properties, for business properties as well as the residential properties, but we took a decision. Sesiqalile phaa eGcuwa bonke abo bantu abebehlala ezindlini ngolo hlobo sifuna ukubanika ezaa zindlu permanent, but if uyasebenza yithenge, masibe ne-agreement yokuyithenga. AbaseGcuwa abangasebenziyo sibanikile izindlu, literally those indigent people as government, because some of them were born there, grew up there. So we've done that. I agree, colleagues, we've got a problem of illegal firearms that are mushrooming everywhere. There's a discussion with CIRA that is responsible for this. But I know now that akukho mthetho South Africa ovuma into kokuba makuphathwe i-high caliber machines, rifles in the public. You can have a rifle, but your rifle must be in the holster. Maybe sebhekini. You can only have your shotgun with you. Le nto yoba sibone abantu noba ngonoteksi kwi-taxi industry abagadwayo nasesifihlweni kubekho abantu abaphepha kubekho abantu abadubulayo ayikho mthethweni. We have told the police, stop this thing. It must not continue. It cannot continue like this. We cannot have this situation where you see private security is so armed and it's so massively armed, more capable even than state. State must stamp its authority. Our people, we promise them freedom, we promise them peace and security. That's our job, and must do that as a state. And we're not going to be found wanting around that particular thing. And we're following up the issues of stock thefts. I know very well. Mount Frere, Kumbu, Tsolo, every day I'm dealing with those cases. West, Abusuka Konaganye. You see? West, Singledwa Paya, Elitsitsa, no Nasika Nomzimvubu, Netina, Apetlokin, Kazitwell, Kunzim, Uguwa, when we West were Pangamasel. Go Kanga commands, Westwa Pa, Uyo Kabela Pa, go Quindal. Quindal, there's a lot is the Pans went up as I say Mount Fresh, Kabel, Opeg, Mount Fresh. I'm from there. Physical, I've been there. I know what I'm talking about. We're dealing with that issue. All the complaints that are there, zokuthathwa kwemfuyo noba ke ithinjiwe ngamapolisa iyobekwe embizana kube nzima uyibuyisa. Amapolisa are also providing support to address that problem. And it's a terrible thing le nto stock theft. Azibiwa ziyahluthwa. Fikwa endlini kwakho kuthiwe phuma ubuyafuna ubuphumile uzawudutyulwa. So they are so brazen and we cannot allow that thing to continue. We all agree that crime is an antithesis of economic development, and there is no way that we can coexist with crime. We've got to deal with that crime and stop it once and for all. But for us to stand up, comrades, let's not hide anything. Akukho mntu unozagxothwa kuba kuthiwa uyi-whistleblower. Uba kukho umntu ombonayo now senze i-hotline apha yamapolisa. Kula hotline esiyenzileyo more than 1,000 to 2,000 calls entered. Kwezo calls 800 of those calls ebezifona bezibuza beziyijonga nje buyasebenza. Some of them ungafika zezi extortion nezi thugs siyayijonga nje buyasebenza ntoni. But only about 30 cases that were registered, and already people are arrested. In Mkanduli, people have been arrested out of that hotline that has been there. So we're dealing with this issue of crime, and then we're not going to back off, and we're going to clean it. Zindawo zimbini indawo zawuhlala izigwini. Isigwini asawuhlala ejele okanye sihlale phansi komhlaba. Njembe sihlala phezulu komhlaba thina nje sawuhlala apha ngaphansi sona. Asizophinde sibeke. I heard the debate around the COVID-19. That one has been a terrible situation that we have never witnessed and experienced in our lives. I know government has done a lot. I do sympathize with the call on community health workers. This is what we are trying to do, but there's no policy in government of absorption. The only way when there's opportunities that come, those people must be prioritized. Iyafana napa kotishara. napha kotishara during COVID we had teacher assistants and others. So nakwa local government, you have got those community workers that are coming in the nako masipala. We've been encouraging no masipala. Aba bantu bafakweyo benza le misebenzi. Xa kukho opportunities ze general workers, mabafakwe ngokokuba bebengenile kwi-system. But ke i-situation zezandawo ziyahluka on implementation. Le nto ye-nepotism is a problem. It's staggering. It's staggering. And abantu abanantloni ngayo uyokwenza i-nepotism na kwi-EPWP. Kwi-EPWP that is meant for apha elalini kuhlawulwe kuthiwa nanku umzosokolayo ongenanto. Nanku ayixoxisi loo nto. Kodwa umuntu ayofunela ukhazini yakhe, umntana wakhe, ubani bani kwi-EPWP. It's a problem. So we are dealing with those kind of issues, whether it's a learnership or internship programs, etc. I do sympathize nale cry on two-pot system challenge. I'm happy the worker we have Mhlaba, it was your initiative, but ngoku-implementation, ingade ayiyo le nto abasebenzi bebeyifuna. So izawufuna ke sibuyele phaa kulaa mthetho, because I wouldn't know umthetho ngowubusenziwa, because surely there would have been public participation and all that. Umthetho can be repeated. Ngemali yabo. Thina besiyenzele into ba abantu babe relieved to a certain extent, but ke ngoku xa kucace ba izawubahluphekisa more, it can be. Is our economy in the province in recession? World Bank ne-IMF zithi xa uthe wadecliner more than 3 okanye more than 2 consecutive times, so automatically you are declared to be in the technical recession. Abantu abasebenza apha e-Eastern Cape bebonke bayi 1.3 million. Eastern Cape during this period lost about 55,000 jobs. Can you really stand up and say that's a state that can declare the economy to be in recession? I leave it to the empirical evidence. I know there's work that is being done, but technically, in terms of definition of World Bank and all that, that's why in South Africa economy, Comrade Matthew, declined in the last quarter for 3rd executive time. There was no debate about recession in the country and all that. So I'm saying these are issues that sometimes we can take things to the extreme when they happen in our province. No doubt, our workers' relentless pursuit of justice and equality has been instrumental in shaping the democratic society we cherish today, and we will forever be indebted to workers of our country. Therefore, we must all view this Workers' Parliament as a moment for reflection, a time to look back on the struggles and victories that have defined the labor movement in South Africa. This is also our coming together to celebrate the invaluable contribution of workers to the growth and prosperity of our province and nation. Our history is a testament to the courage and resilience of workers united against oppression. Their sacrifices paved the way for a nation built on fairness, dignity, and equality. As our country celebrates 30 years of freedom and democracy this year, we must celebrate the strides that the ANC-led government and the labor unions have made to promote and protect the rights of workers. From farm workers, domestic workers, shop floor workers to civil servants. This government has been on the side of workers through thick and thin. Zingakhona ezinye into ezilelisayo nezinye. The fact that kukho umthetho kuthiwa i-Labor Relations Act ayingomthetho onobakhona naphi na. You know, China, I can't even a union. Sithetha ngeke-socialism with the Chinese characteristics. You see, ngendlela ekwenziwa ngayo. Uthi umuntu ebesitolikela pha osihamba naye, she has got masters, uthi she can't afford to hire a domestic worker. If she can hire a domestic worker, that would mean akanokwazi uba ne-flat, akanokwazi uthenga imoto, because umthetho wenziwe in such a way that domestic workers must be treated decently. So akukho ndlela yokuba uwophuleke lo mthetho. Niza kunixelela ke namhlanje kuba andizukuthetha ngabasebenzi abaphangelayo bodwa. Ndizawuthetha nge-working class. Abantu abaninzi in the working class are the ones that are looking for jobs outside. When we meet like this, we must consider ourselves as privileged few. Very privileged few in whatever that we do. That's why we're calling everybody to be developmental. You must think about someone who is waiting out there. The problems of white-collar crime are both in politicians and workers. Abantu abanyobisayo ukuze kubhatalwe a particular compound on tender, most of them are workers. Abantu abanyobisayo kuthathwe le file for supply chain, kuthathwe le file yalo mntu efamba uyabhatalwa ijulwe phaa ecaleni okanye iqhawulwe ingabikho kuthathwe yalo uzawunyoba afika nyobise. Workers must stand up to that and confront law. Yes, politicians, some can be involved, but in the thick of things, are the ones who are actually in the operations of this. Ndiyacela mhla saphuma ngenyawo sathi no to crime. Ndifuna le politicians awuhambe uyoqhekeza ikhompyutha kuba ifuna ufaka imali eyifunayo. Izawuza kum ndingumsebenzi icenge mna khawenze le nto. Ndiyayazi ke uke wayiqala loo nto uyi-politician kuba ucinga uba ufuna ukwenza ufuna ukuyenza uza kuthi gusha lo unenzo ogqiba zithi inkomo. And awunophinde umnqandi because isono sinye noba ukuthe tyiphu azithi inkomo awuzukumnqanda isono sinye bubusela nibile nobabili nophule umthetho. So that's a problem that we must all stand up and confront when we're dealing with crime and corruption. As government, we wanted to say the rights of fair labor practices, safe working conditions, and equitable remuneration are not mere privileges, but fundamental human rights we continue to uphold and protect as this government. The Workers' Parliament of 2018, ndiqinisekile ababela apha Comrade Gura ngo-2018, bendiba kuzawubakho umsebenzi omnye ozawuthi ngosa size apha ngo-2018 ndathi xa ndifika eBreybacht ndayongena emithini ngathi ndiye ebakhwetheni ndayojikela ngapha namhlanje ndize apha nge-interchange. If you can't see it, ndiyayazi kaseyenziwe iba ngathi idalile nosuke eBhayi we have seen something ongazange uyibone usuka kwezalali zingaphaya kweqonce ukuza eqonce zange uyibone noba usuka eMthatha senze isiphithiphithi phaa sawukwenzela oomatiwane bayangona matiwane sawukwenzela oomatiwane isiyezi apha enqasikeni kwandabakazi se-interchange. No one has ever thought and dreamt of such investment in deep rural areas. It is only the ANC government that has done that. We have turned our province into a construction site. If usuke eBhayi uzapha usuke eGqeberha uzapha siqhekeza intaba ngapha kwaseNgqushwa ubheke eRhini. We are cutting this time. We're building an 8 billion road that connects KZN to Eastern Cape, which is going to cut the time trucks travel by 3 hours. That's an economy. Improve the logistics. Building 2 bridges that are not in the continent of Africa. Mtentu, more than a kilometer-long bridge. Msikaba, the highest bridge in Africa. That's a tourist products. Zilapa, connecting that road down to Port St. John's. As you move there, we're building an hospital. Ekudala ikhona pha siyayikhonga ukutsha nge-600 million ekuthiwa ibambisana. Ububheka ngapha ngasemqando uliqhorha sokha 2 hospitals there. Isibhedlele sase-Esphethu 1 billion. Ngapha ya isibhedlele sasemadwaleni 500 million. Ziyokhiwa ngoku andibalisa iintsomi zam anizuphuma mpondo akoze mina. Ambozijonga ngoku uzafika zikhona. Ziyokhiwa. Noba ungahamba ngo-N2 unyuka usuka xa usuka apha eMthatha kwaDen usiya kuTsolo ingathi awuhambi kuTsolo. The infrastructure epha. Now we're designing the road esuka kuTsolo junction ebheka eNtwenka ebheka eNqanqarhu. That road is going to be done. So ubusuka ngapha kwaBhayi xa ubheka emaXesibeni le nto ndawuthiwa kusengcweleni sokhala ndlela nge-billion that connects indlela eyakhiweyo ngapha kwaseMount Eliff. Nobusuka eMatatiyela ubheka eKokstad okanye eCedarville sokha indlela pha nge-billion. Nobusuka eKegwood ubheka eMotherwell ubheka ngapha amazibuko alapha mathathu alelinyanga. Sineport yalapha eMonti, sibe neport of Ngqorha, sibe neport yaseGqeberha. 3 amazibuko asinawo. So ngokusokha small harbors under public works. Sakokha small harbors kwi-Wild Coast because we're opening up opportunities for our people kwi-oceans economy. So we are turning this province into something engazange yabona. Noba usuke eAlwal North ubheke eLady Grey ubheke eBuckley East ubheke eElliot ubheke eYugi uhamba nge-new road infrastructure. Noba usuka ku-Friendly N6 ubheke eDordrecht ubheka eIndwe ubheke eElliot. It's a new road maintained. I know abantu base-Alfred Nzo soze baxole singekamlungu uthi 15 simgqibe singekamenzi uthi 17 ozawunqumla kwezalali zodade uthula Sinxesi ubheke ematatiye. That's why now we're talking with DBSA and National Treasury to get the so-called pledging and front load, and because infrastructure backlog is huge, social infrastructure. So we're getting that money that we should be getting in 10 years. Ezindlela sizakhe now. Come 2030, when we talk about 2030 vision goals, the province will be totally different from what you see already. Go Mhlaba 5 years ago. Bungakhange wayibona le nto ilapha eBrayburg. Sokhele notata Sebe itha zange ayokhe phethe. Inapha elalini yakhe kwaChurch. Simfakele itha elalini yakhe 5 kilometers yonke ilali. You see, all these roads, we are looking at them and we'll be building them. I'm just trying to assure workers, we are not sleeping on the duty, and we're not going to sleep on the duty. But as akuzusase iGaut, la Gaut yokhiwe ngamandla odata bethu nabazali bethu. There is nothing wrong with their granddaughters and sons going back there, educated this time around to do that. Bantwana base Eastern Cape, almost 80,000 yabo base university ngondithetha kulo nyaka, funded by this government of the ANC, get 2.8 billion in this academic year. 23,000 yabantwana base Eastern Cape bakwi-TVET colleges, funded by 500 million in this academic year. This is the kind of support. We have got programs of pushing back frontiers of poverty. Government in the Eastern Cape invest about 34 billion in a year. Le mali imali yegrant yabantwana eniyibona negrant yabantu abadala neza 350. So that's the money that is there. That's why unento ekuthiwa ngoku na yi-improvement ye-life expectancy. Abantu base Eastern Cape, they live longer, they reach 70. Some are able to get to 80. Something that has never been there before this government comes in. Yes, challenges are there. We're building new 18 clinics in OR Tambo, Alfred Nzo. Those are pilot sites, the NHI. We're not turning back on NHI. Whether there's a GNU or what, we're not going to shift on our fundamental policy to transform this country. GNU or no GNU, we're moving forward with those kind of issues. I'm just highlighting, colleagues, I know time is against me. Comrade Matthew, this is the only province in the 6th term that has built 100 schools. No other province. These are not just schools. State-of-the-art schools with the computer laboratories, science laboratories, mathematics. For your information, the best teacher of mathematics in South Africa is here. It is not here in the town. It is here in Motherwell. Eso Kaisa. Best teachers for mathematics. The best teacher for physical science in South Africa, it is here. Apa kwatyala, apa phesha kwencipho xa uwela apa eKhayemouth. Kwesa sikolo bendiyosivula pha 115 million. The best teacher, yintombi yase-Flagstaff, uMasukude, 28 years old, is the best teacher in physical science. These are things that are happening here, not elsewhere. Here. That's why Eastern Cape now is at 80%. Before 1994 and 1994, we were at 54, 40% metric pass rate. Now we're 80%. So that's a challenge. If the population growth goes faster and with skills development, but the economy doesn't grow, we'll have this problem. So we need to talk development in Eastern Cape. Development will bring investors to come. When we came in here in 2019, Eastern Cape had only about 200 million portfolio investment here. When we concluded this 6th term, we had a 200 billion investment, which is found here in Kucha, which is found in East London, ITZ. We're working on a 3rd SEZ, which is a Wild Coast SEZ, which is across the Kai. EPA Mtata to accommodate zonke ezinto bezibalwa apha, to make sure that we reactivate our irrigation schemes, we reactivate all your Magwa, Tea Cooperation and others through the Wild Coast SEZ. It's happening. We're working on it. It's going to start as an agri-park, etc., etc. So this is the kind of work that we are doing to make sure that all this, Honorable Chair. So without, Honorable Chair, wasting much time, I've prepared a lot of input. I can share that with you. Mandi Yege, I know it challenges manages the LFFs and all that, but we're following up on those kind of issues. Kodwa ke Mandi Yege ke, mhlawumbe ngaphambili ukuba uthi Mandi Yege, ngelithi, let us remember the Eastern Cape strength lies in its people. The worker who contribute daily to the fabric of our society. Your hard work, dedication, and resilience are the pillars upon which we build our shared future. On this Workers' Day, let us celebrate not just our achievement, but also the potential within which of us to drive further progress. Let us recommit to building a province where every worker is empowered, heard, and given an opportunity to thrive. Sitshilo Muspa, sathi sifuna i-career path. It can't be again, it can't continue that you must be 50 years for you to be a senior manager. Why people can be senior managers at 20-something, at 30 years old, elsewhere, and we're going to force it, and we're forcing it in government. Government has strapped the experience at entry level. It's law. President has said it. No experience is required at entry level post. Naphina kuhulumende. Uba ike yafunwa kuwe ngotsotsi abo bafuna extortion. Thank you very much.
Enkosi kakhulu, Honorable Premier. Now, there's just been slight changes on our program. I had earlier mentioned names that would be speaking, but I've been advised that it must be 2 representatives. We have 2 federations here, which is Fedusa and COSATU. Now, with that being said, we would need each federation to give us somebody who would input on the Premier's response. And can the federations provide me with those 2 people who each of them will take 5 minutes to do that? Nature's calling.
We are now going to call upon a representative from COSATU as well as the representative from FEDUSA to respond on the Premier's inputs. Can I invite speakers? Comrade Mlungseleli, Ngapai. I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
5 minutes. Amanda, thank you. Greetings to everyone. In the interest of time, we are just going to say protocol observed. On our side as COSAT, we are listening and noted all the areas in which the Premier has responded into. But we think we need to emphasize these points, like the issue of post-COVID conditions is creating a situation where we say, as COSATU, there is a need for expansion of IT infrastructure in the province. If you can look at what has happened during the COVID period, in terms of now the increase, the growth in terms of pass rate in the province, we started during the COVID period. It is where the government of Eastern Cape has rolled out the issue of tablets to our schools, where our learners now were learning online using those gadgets. We are then saying, if you are investing more on IT infrastructure, more than what you are doing, because now we are investing on bricks and mortar in terms of building schools. That is enough. We must stop that. Because the post-COVID conditions, you are learning online. So you don't necessarily need to be in school, in a classroom to learn. You learn everywhere as long as you've got access to internet or Wi-Fi, as well as you've got a gadget that is enough to carry everything that you need. So we're saying the government of Eastern Cape in particular, provincial government, all our schools, they must have access to fiber so that our communities can also benefit in that. Same as clinics, they must have fiber so that our communities are able to benefit. The other thing aligned to this one, our kids now are coming from other provinces where attain a qualification corner, but abantwana bangoku ifuna yababona abarelyanga on formal jobs. They need only uba Instagram lando participants and all that. So the content that we're having in the Eastern Cape is enough for them to sustain their livings, because they do get some compensation for the content and the following that they are getting. So if government of the Eastern Cape invests more on IT infrastructure, then we're covered. The second point is the issue of developing township and rural economy, where we're saying use the school nutrition program not to benefit abo Spa, abo Pick and Pay, abo Boxer. If we are looking for a region like, or a district like Alfred Nzo, government of the Eastern Cape is spending 500 million almost for school nutrition program. But all that money is going to abo Pick and Pay. We are then saying create co-ops, agriculture in our communities so that omama bethu notata bethu bakwazi uprovide ukutya for abantwana babo. Sizokwazi usustaina ubomi babo. The third point that we want to raise is the issue of investment on the public healthcare system. If you are looking on the challenges that were raised here by workers, that in medical legal cases have costed billions for the province. That is created by the fact that abantwana base Eastern Cape, by virtue of being a poor province, bamitha bese bancinci, bangakwazi ubonakala kwa in time, bayobonakala sekulate. By the time befika ku healthcare system, bafika idamage seyenzekile, babeleka abantwana abalidishela into yobana i-department okanye ugovernment wase Eastern Cape alitigate. We are then saying, in order for that to be prevented, we must absorb. We do have premier absorption. Equal absorption premier. We're very clear on that one. Absorb CSWs so that sizokwazi ukwenza sure our people have got access to primary health care from their own villages, from their own communities. More than that, partner with the NGOs so that the midwives that are our mothers in those villages and township can be trained so that they can identify abantwana abakhulela before ixesha bakwazi uba transfer to the system. So that's a partnership that we want and the investment. So we're hoping that expansion NHI in the province is going to assist us so that abantu bethu bakwazi uba elando access to equality healthcare. The last point is the issue bekuthethwa ngayo ngabasebenzi premier. Lena yabantu basemakhaya emampondweni bakhulisile bafundisa abantwana ngokukhulisa intsangu. Siyavana ke. Sithi ke ngoku abantu basemampondweni intsangu bakhe isizwe ngentsangu. Aba need training from government. The only thing esiyifunayo mabenzelwe i-co-ops ezabo, mabanikwe i-licenses, enze into yobana urhulumente wase-Eastern Cape uba ukhupha wenza i-hub emthatha yokubana ke ngokukwazi umanufacturisa laa ntsangu for uba ikwazi ungena emakethini. Kodwa ababantu mabayiproduce ngokwabo, banikwe inkxaso government ngobenza i-licenses nokwenza sure into yobana bane-co-ops abazokwazi uzirana bacreate imisebenzi for abantu bayo. That's all from our side as COSATU. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngapai. The next speaker would be Mr. Thanduxolo Sontiki.
Honorable Chair, let me take this opportunity as well to welcome the speakers, Ebezithetha apha. I think, colleagues, the best way to come to this point is to say, all these thematic areas, if sinobane researchers, the best researchers that can apply their minds on all these thematic areas, then it will mean that all the departments will get a better advisors in order to implement the outcomes of the research. Let me come closer to the Department of Education. Kune rationalization and closure of schools there. What is the plan for those schools zivalwayo phaya zizawuphela zivandalizwa? All our areas here in Eastern Cape zinazo izikolo small schools ekuthiwa zizawuvalwa. Kuza kwenzeka ntoni ngeza zikolo zivalwayo? Now zizawuvandalizwa and also zizawusetyenziswa zii-thugs ibe zii-host apho kuzawuplanelwa khona i-crime. I think our researchers, if they can apply their minds nakwelo cala as well. And also, all our departments, if they can look on absorbing, in fact, on filling the vacancies, apho kungekaqashwa khona kube kanti kuyaqeshwa. Let's also look kwi question ye special schools. Kwi Eastern Cape sinabantwana abane challenges, but zifew kwi areas zethu full service schools. Why lento kunjalo? If unomntana on a challenge on education, kuzafuneka into yokuba ayofola a long queue up until kude kuthiwe u-overage akakwazi ungena to a particular special school, because few and also in towns, azikho kwi rural areas. I think our department should look at that. Workers' rights, also workers' rights and legal protections. Kufanele into yokuba sibeke and we apply our minds there as well on labor laws, wage policies, health and safety at work. Abasebenzi masiqiniseke into yokuba akuzufika zithugs phaya ziyobabhatalisa imali for protection. Workplace equality and inclusion. Sonke xa sikwi workplaces kufanele baqala sipractice diversity and inclusion. Wonke umuntu phaya supposed to be catered for. Kungabikho izikolo ezine upstairs singam accommodate umuntu ozawufika ehamba nge-wheelchair. Last point I wish to touch, ngoba ke ezinye sezitatshiwe ngama-comrade ebethetha ngaphambi kwam. Youth employment. Sonke apha siyathetha sithi abantwana bethu, they go to universities and TVET colleges in big numbers. Then kwenzeke ntoni emveni koko? Now, into esiyicelayo into yokuba mayenzeke retraining of our youth, and also they must be trained babe ngono business, and there should be funds for that. Makubekho i-funds allocatwayo so that abantwana bangajikelezi bazoyekwazi babafumane i-funding if bane interest on agriculture, not only to mabambe bosebenze farmer, but mabakwazi u-initiate i-business out of farming. And there are other skills and careers. Kodwa bathi besiya kuzo not as workers, but as business people with the business minds. I thank you, comrade.
manyanane manyana sebethi khona lenhlangano yabasebenzi ikhona lenhlangano ikhosati
Thank you, honorable members. I think khona impazamo eyenzekileyo logama ndisukile lapha. But ke masasa siyeka ngolo hlobo. I would call upon you'd recall that we were supposed to be having speakers from each federation, and of which they were allocated 5 minutes. But now, the end I can't figure up and on by man can dim and bugale. If 5 minutes, I mean, he begi like banchwang. Ngogu will call upon Fedusa to make an input to the Premier's response. Secretary. Oh. No one niggas information wrong. Okay, Imatu.
It was Imatu, sir. Follow chairperson. It was Imatu, not Fetusa.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Can we call upon Fedusa to come and make an input on the Premier's response?
Iqibile.
Iqibile.
Kakhulu.
Okay. Kalon disenive ngathi bemelo yimatu.
Hayi, usuka kuyimatu.
Oh, okay, sure.
Imatu is not a federation. O imatu uphansi kweFedusa ba. So lo bethethela yona iFedusa.
Okay, colleagues, can we have order then, colleagues? It means that our program is moving much faster than I thought. Now we'll call upon Honorable Member Mosuli Twele to come and table the House resolutions.
Honorable Speaker of the Day, the Honorable Premier, the members of the Legislature that are here, and all the stakeholders from various organizations, our guest speaker of the day. Comrades, I'm here to table the resolutions as they are drafted by the team that was actually working on these resolutions as you were currently speaking, particularly on the issues that we have indicated in relation to the thematic areas. As the 2024 Workers' Parliament, we wish to appreciate the Legislature and the government of the Eastern Cape that have made it possible for the sector to hold this Workers' Assembly, which we last saw in 2018 during the 6th term. The Workers' Parliament takes place on the back of the strained economic environment with a growth of rate of 1%, high rate of unemployment, a youth unemployment which is sitting at staggering 60%, and with many workers highly in debt. We, as the participants of the Workers' Parliament of the 7th administration, hereby table the following resolutions as a result of the Workers' Parliament of today. We are therefore making this call that government must do away with the outsourcing, as this leads to the exploitation services such as cleaning that should be absorbed. Workers need to be protected by ensuring that bargaining agreements are honored and implemented respectively. Consider reducing retirement from 65 to 55 age, alternatively have incentives of those that go early on retirement. Stop exploitation of workers by perpetually keeping them under temporary work, such as EPWP, CDWP, while they do equal work with those who are full-time employed. Posts for jobs should not only be advertised in print media, but it should also be advertised in social media to increase access by the young people of today. Government must endeavor to fill the funded posts. This includes all the posts which occurred as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic premier. Intergovernmental relations must be solidified to address matters of absorption of interns, as it was correctly put by the latter speaker of COSATU. Nepotism, cronyism, and other ills are important to issues that should be rooted out, as they threaten the required skills in government. We need capable individuals to be employed, qualified people, not through back doors in one way or other. The program of revitalization of the closed factories must gain speed in terms of expedite that program of industrial parks to ensure that there is a massive employment in that space. Deal with the senior management interference on the appointments in lower posts, and deal with also the gatekeeping. Annual recruitment plans are adopted year on year but never implemented in government. That should be addressed effectively. Skills development and training must be made meaningful to properly skill the recruits. Funds from SETAs must be effectively used in this regard. We demand a proper growth, migration and skills plans in the Eastern Cape. The new technology, which is thematic 2, the new technology must be used to enhance lives of the people and workers, but not replace humans. Workers must be skilled in the use of new technology. Upskilling and reskilling should be the order of the day to keep the worker relevant. SETAs will be important, therefore, in this regard. The state must develop protection mechanisms for human resource by introducing regulations in this regard. There must be a vigorous monitoring of policy and legislative implementation by all means possible to protect the jobs. South African workers are still lagging behind in digital technologies, making them vulnerable to being overlooked. This has a negative impact, in fact, on what we call social cohesion. Government, therefore, should be brutal in taxation for the use of artificial intelligence and robotics. The Department of Education should revamp the current curriculum in order to protect our children for the future work, as you see that the world of work is changing now and again. So it is important that even in schools, the curriculum that is ought to be put in place, it must effectively respond with times and the modern technology of our time. Municipalities should create an enabling environment to attract these investments towards our country, because many of the things, Premier, you might do number of work in the province and we see some development, but the reality of the matter, our people are on the ground in rural areas, so there should be a development in those areas where our people are found in this particular Eastern Cape, because the population needs is as laling. So that's why this access is quite important. Fourth industrial revolution, therefore, should be embraced by the workers. should be trained to produce and operate these robots applied to areas where no human can reach. That was explained effectively or very well by the speakers who spoke earlier on. On the thematic number 3, which is the future industries and skills gap, developmental state must directly intervene by supporting SMMEs in the country. We see even the program that has been embarked by government, issues like Iskala Youth Fund and other things, that program should be embraced and supported to ensure that SMMEs are being assisted in that regard to create employment. Leverage on the booming FET sector to end the mismatch in skills and forever changing market. Because if you analyze even the current industrial policy, if you read thoroughly, there are mismatch of skills when it comes to what is being produced in the institutions of higher learning. So we need to address that particular gap. So we need with the future industries, so that work directly with the school dropouts towards skills training such as artisanship, that are known as amapara. Let's make sure that we bring everyone to the skills and assist to abantu bakuthi. Support technical schools to contribute to the skills revolution. Provide skills and employment opportunities for the people with special needs and with disabilities. Municipalities should invest in skills by signing MOUs with higher education institutions for specialized areas as a contribution towards local economic development, and crop livestock farming and sustainable, particularly in the areas of Jogabi, which has been earlier indicated. The Department of Education should change the curriculum. That was also in response to what we have indicated earlier on, Premier, around the issues of oceans economy. We need institutions of higher learning to play a meaningful role around that issue so that we ensure that there are people that are going to participate where the ports in ensuring that we create more employment. Government should ensure that agricultural products are processed in the Eastern Cape. The fourth one, around the COVID-19, vacancies that were created by COVID-19, it has been already mentioned that we should fill those posts. Community health workers must be absorbed. We maintain that retaliation around the absorption. It's quite possible to be done. Assist workers, particularly those with psychosocial needs to be assisted, those who suffered for the post-traumatic stress for both as they lost relatives and work environmental stress, that should be taken into consideration so that we have got a productive workforce that is going to do the work. Invest in technologies, the needs for the timeframes, also monitor the implementation strategically of what we call NHI in the pilot areas of OR Tambo and Alfrenzo, with the emphasis of inclusion of labor in every committee, so that we see without workers. That's the emphasis on that point. On the economic development or the economic sustainability of the province amidst the scourge of the criminal syndicates, agriculture, tourism, and auto sector are very critical in building economy that we want. Take charge of the lives and communities by working closely with the police and forming part of that community policing forums. We are happy of the progress in relation to the crime, but we need more efforts in that regard so that we ensure there is safety in our communities. Government should ensure that do away with the privatization, casualization, and outsourcing that was already highlighted earlier on. Fight against the scourge of syndicates that avast the economy in our areas, nepotism. Government, therefore, should pay attention. Government should pay attention to the rise of shootings and other unnecessary criminal activities in rural areas. Kunabantu ababulawayo, amaxhegwakazi, abantu abadala, that should be dealt with because ngabantu basemakhayeni ethu abo as workers. We are members of community before we become workers. That's why I've got more interest on what is happening on the ground, particularly in our communities. Government, therefore, municipalities should also stop collecting revenue for services that they have not rendered. Because there is just a malicious compliance of policies without render service, cleaning whatsoever, that is another way of extortion, which is on another level. Ngefundileyo. Yeah, also the reopening of the previously vibrant factories to ensure the employment of more people and economic growth is quite important. In the interest of time. Lastly, Premier, I think this point is quite important as well. Workers currently are crying about the so-called two-pot system. We want this province to assist us as we're going to engage even other provinces, other structures, to ensure that there is a way of making some reforms on this existing, which is imposed on the two-pot system. Because it's not what we intended, and by doing that, let's go on a reform process. See, reformula policy, it deal and law as address what we were calling for as COSATU and other federations, that this must be a relief. So premiers also mentioned that we will need an other intervention through parliament, through other stakeholders, if it's possible, sit deal in a matter, so that it's that workers are not being actually abused through the process of taxation. Also, and lastly, these are the resolutions that are going to be at the resolutions of this parliament that needs a response. Government, we are also making this call as we submit these resolutions that the legislature should continue to play its role of oversight, ensuring there is an implementation of these resolutions and ensure that we work towards addressing all the matters. There are a number of issues that are at a provincial competency. Those issues, we must prioritize them and deal effectively whilst we are making lobby for other issues that might be national, involving national leaders or national government. But those ones that are in the province, they must be dealt with. We can say that to address all those issues. And the committee that must monitor again these particular resolutions, it must form workers. There must be a monitoring committee that from time to time, even if it's not this sitting, engage on these issues. We have made a progress in this, we have made a progress in this. By doing so, we're going to build a province that we want. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member. I think what you are tabling here, we would agree as this House that these are the discussions that have been taking place here. Now, Honorable Members, I put the debate and the resolutions on this matter to the House. And I'll await your response. I'm not sure whether I should indicate your expected response, but I'm putting the debate and the resolution on the matter, Chair. Do we all agree? I wanted to hear those voices. It sounded as if it's just 5 people that are agreeing. Honorable members, that concludes the discussions on the matter and the business of the day. I will now call on the project leader and secretary to make some announcements.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few announcements regarding lunch. We have prepared a sit-down lunch that incorporates an element of Heritage Month. Lunch will be served for our guests and the members and the Federation leaders in the dining hall. The delegates are requested to go to Magdalene Gesha, committee room. Protocol team will be on hand to direct the delegates to Magdalene Gesha committee room. The security cluster will take their lunch in Dolimza Dume. The project team of the legislature will take lunch in Molly Blackburn committee room. And lastly, the media and sound and recording will take their lunch in Welton Mkwai Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you to the leader and the secretary. Order, honorable members. The House will adjourn until further notice. The House is adjourned. Sitting